got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
I mean, I could be that with me. So it's another very interesting angle, the opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
The city of Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria, is always bubbling with colorful events, especially during the weekends. One of such events was presented by fashion designer A.O. Afrique as he launched the 8th edition of All White Groove at Freedom Park, Lagos Island, with the theme Groove Meets Fashion.
I feel special today. I feel wonderful. I feel fulfilled. Thank God we did not postpone. And, we would have been telling another story today. Special thanks to God, and special thanks to Mr. Theo, the chief warder, who told me a few years ago that rather than going and coming back to Freedom Park with your products, take a space there. And that was the turning point. An ascending step for the brand. We're glad we're here in Freedom Park. Thank you, Freedom Park. Thank you, Mr. Phil. Thank you, Yawa Ababa. Thank you very much.
Beyond music and fashion, the event also showcased AO Afrique's latest designs and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces, further elevating the fashion-forward vibe of the event. The all-white groove once again proved to be more than just a party. It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate African music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma reporting for SOUQ News Television.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. They may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there's a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings,
the challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's another beautiful day. In fact, it's the Friday's edition of the program. We often say, thank God it's Friday. What a way to start your weekend and what a way to start your Friday. It's the place to be, the program that sets the pace for your day and gives you the sense of direction when it comes to issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is Early Exchange, where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation, and always my pleasure to be your host. I am Femi Ayodele. Today, we're setting the ball rolling with a conversation that centers around youth entrepreneurship in Africa. You know, according to a survey or a statistic released by the World Bank, about 129 million Nigerians live in poverty. And one of the ways to tackle poverty is to promote entrepreneurship. That's going to be the thrust of our conversation today. Thereafter, we'll look at the hospitality business across Africa and by extension globally. You know, the role of technology. Technology is ravaging every sector, and we're going to look at the role of technology in the hospitality business, as that's the future. And if you ask me, it's no longer the future, it's the trend now. Don't forget, it's your program. This implies you can be part of this conversation, your take on youth entrepreneurship and your view as regards hospitality business in Africa. All you just have to do is to join us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, X, where you can share your view using the hashtag Early Exchange. Like you know, what we always start with, news update. It's time for that. Let's switch over to our newsroom, where Grace is standing by to take us around the world, giving us the latest development across the globe. Stay with us.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, Mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Good morning and welcome to News Updates on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. The Federation Accounts Allocation Committee, FEC, has distributed a whopping 1.298 trillion naira to federal, state and local governments as a revenue for September 2024. This allocation was announced at the end of the October 2024 FEC meeting in Abuja. The total distributable revenue comprises statutory revenue, value-added tax, electronic money transfer levy, exchange difference revenue, and an augmentation of 150 billion naira, totaling 2.258 trillion naira. Breaking down the distribution, the federal government received 424.867 billion naira, state governments received 453.724 billion naira, and local government council received 329.864 billion naira. Additionally, 90.415 billion naira was allocated to oil-producing states as derivation revenue. Notably, VAT revenue increased to 583.675 billion naira, up by 10.334 billion naira from August's figure. This distribution also reflects a significant increase in oil and gas royalty, excess duty, AMTL and CTL levies, while VAT and import duties saw slight rises. This allocation demonstrates the government's efforts to support its various tiers and drive economic growth. The Naira continues to face challenges in international market, leading to a decline of currency. The Naira depreciated to 1,710 per dollar in the parallel market and 1,660 per dollar in the official market. To revitalize the Naira, experts recommend strategic measures, including increasing oil production, exchanging non-oil exports, and developing the manufacturing sector. The Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, ASBON President Dr. Femi Egbeshola notes that the Naira's depreciation has both negative and positive effects, including increased competition in the international markets. Nigeria Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, the President Dele Oye, calls for a proactive and transparent approach from the Central Bank of Nigeria to restore confidence and ensure a fair economic environment. Moving ahead, the World Bank's Nigeria Development Update report revealed that 129 million Nigerians are living below the national poverty line. This figure represents 56% of the population. The federal government has made efforts to address inflation through interest rate hikes and job creation initiatives. The Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, expressed optimism about Nigeria's economic trajectory, citing progress in monetary policy and exchange rate management. The World Bank encourages Nigeria to maintain its reform, warning that reversing them would be detrimental. The bank is willing to offer more loans and technical assistance to support ongoing efforts. Stakeholders, including the central bank, governor, and private sector leaders, stress the importance of collaborative efforts to drive economic growth. Citizens are adapting to hardships by adopting creative solutions such as bettering and informal economic activities. And away from that, the federal government launched the distribution of 1,500 compressed natural gas (CNG) tricycling to cooperatives nationwide on Thursday, aimed at enhancing economic resilience and sustainability. The initiative, part of the Presidential Natural Gas Initiative, was inaugurated at Win-Win Industrial Park in Ogun State by Labour and Employment Minister Nkiruka Onyejiacha. The program focuses on empowering communities through cooperative models, allowing members to operate the tricycles for commercial purposes and share the proceeds. This move is seen as a strategy to uplift underserved communities while promoting entrepreneurship and job creation. Director of the Presidential CNG Initiative, Michael Oluwagbemi, emphasized the importance of CNG as a safer, cheaper fuel alternative, while noting the need for more CNG refilling stations across Nigeria. Starting this weekend, residents of Amuwo Odofe in Lagos can enjoy free rides on these newly distributed tricycles. And the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, reported 14,237 cases of cholera as of October 13, 2024, affecting 35 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The outbreak has claimed 378 lives, with a case fatality rate of 2.7%. NCDC Director General Dr. Olajide Idris highlighted that the cholera surge was worsened by heavy rains and flooding, particularly in northern states like Borno, Adamawa, and Kano. Also, mpox cases have risen to 102 across 26 states, with no recorded deaths. The NCDC has intensified effort through vaccination campaigns, deploying rapid response teams, and improving hygiene practices. Dr. Idris emphasized the need for improved water sanitation and public health measures to curb the spread of this disease, while urging Nigerians to practice better hygiene and seek immediate medical care for symptoms. And away from Nigeria, the United Arab Emirates, UAE, and the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, have agreed to form a joint commitment aimed at advancing developmental projects in Niger's Niger Delta region. This collaboration was established following a meeting between UAE Ambassador to Nigeria, Salam Al-Shamsi, and NDDC Managing Director, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, at the UAE Embassy in Abuja. The partnership will focus on sectors such as information and communication technology, health, education, agriculture, and youth development. Al-Shassi expressed readiness to support NDDC initiatives and highlighted the importance of resuming flights between Nigeria and Dubai. Ogbuku emphasized the need for UAE assistance in equipping the NDDC's regional hospital and expanding public-private partnerships across various sectors. This partnership underscores UAE's commitment to supporting Niger Delta's socio-economic growth. Many thanks for watching. We return back to Early Exchange, where Femi Ayodele will be bringing us more engaging conversation. I am Grace Komalafe. Good morning.
For giving us a picture of stories that are trending across the globe. It's Friday, and this is where the big story lives. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll come and look at our big story for today, talking about youth entrepreneurship, as that has been the thrust of the economic development in recent times in Africa. Why do we need to talk about it? You'll find out after this time out. Stay with us.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click like and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Glad to know you're still there with us. And now to our big story for today, which is to look at youth entrepreneurship in Africa. You're aware that Africa is fast becoming the bride of all continents now, and the drive to that is youth entrepreneurship. According to a survey done by an African Development Bank, about 22% of the working age population in Africa are entrepreneurs. But the question is, how will this reposition the continent for a better performance and for it to have better economic growth, as it's also been projected that by the year 2050, Africa's population is going to increase to about 2.5 billion. But what will be the role of entrepreneurship in all this? Let's bring in our guest today who joins us virtually. We're being joined by Semir Michael, who is the Executive Director, Dean Initiative. Glad to have you joining us on LX Team this morning.
Thank you so much. Good morning, and it's amazing again to be with you on the platform. Thank you so much.
It's always my pleasure to also host you, and good to see you again. Now it's time for us to talk about entrepreneurship. It's Friday, so what a good time for us to have this kind of conversation. Let's start with the statistics provided by the African Development Bank, and I would love you to react to these statistics. According to that survey, you have 22% of the working population in Africa who are entrepreneurs. What does that suggest to you about the level of entrepreneurship in Africa? And then in your own assessment, what will be the trend when it comes to entrepreneurship in Africa? Would you say Africa is catching up with the trend, even though there are challenges? But what would be your assessment of the level or the disposition to entrepreneurship in Africa? Semir.
Okay, so I think we must be kind of excited, sort of, because truthfully, there has been an improvement, and young people in Africa before now, even now, have continued to show a real kind of resilience in their, patriotism, in ensuring that they come out of the obvious challenges in Africa to lead some of the smartest ideas that, innovate and curate a sustainable economic development for themselves and for the continent. And we have seen with the spirit with which young people in Africa are creating business, dynamics, inventing, some of the most challenging business innovations that people would not ordinarily believe can excel in this part of the world. Given the economic circumstances and the opportunities that exist, access to finance, access to, basic infrastructure, access to innovative technologies. The young people in Africa have shown that if given the right environment, they will thrive and compete favorably with their counterparts around the world. Looking at the statistics, for me, I would have even expected that the number goes higher than that. The number of young people in Africa that are striving to invent their own businesses and make life meaningful for people across the border, they are increasing on a daily basis, and it is something that worth celebrating.
All right, let's make a reference to the recent Hamburg Sustainability Conference, where it was spotlighted the need to promote entrepreneurship in Africa. Now, in the course of that conference, African Development Bank read out its plans to promote entrepreneurship in Africa, most importantly, to also encourage women to go into entrepreneurship. But let's look at factors responsible for the high interest in entrepreneurship in Africa. In recent times, we look at in the last 5 years, the statistics has improved. Now, what do you think is fueling this interest in entrepreneurship in Africa? And how can it be sustained, looking at the fact that Africa is being repositioned to do better by the year 2050, given the statistics released earlier that the population is expected to have an explosion, which will grow to about 2.5 billion in the year 2050. Talk to us. What are the factors fueling the interest in entrepreneurship in Africa in recent times?
So basically, the youth demographic has been, carelessly managed over the years. There is a reality the African leaders have ignored, that we are the way the population of the young people grows in Africa is not, because we do not have measures to control, our population growth as, compared to some other part of the world. And even though the population of young people is expected to have become a strength for our emerging market, but it also has become a threat because of the decline in access to quality education, because of a decline in the even, opportunity distribution, growing margin of disparity between, the extremely rich and the poor, and the political landscape that favors the politicians using this youth population for political, machineries and opportunity. But at the end of the day, we've also seen the deficit increase in insecurity. Taking West Africa, for example, the population that will have become an economic bulge for us has also become a security threat. We've seen increase in banditry. We've seen increase in terror acts. We've seen, cyber insecurity. Young people are now becoming obviously restless because the economic opportunity for them is shrinking. And so it makes the states, become restless and ungovernable. So even, the politicians who are taking advantage or, taking advantage of these so-called demographic for their political opportunities of, political benefits are beginning to feel the threat that, after election, we will wait for another 4, years for another election. What happens in between is making our political landscape ungovernable. So it's only wise for them now to rethink the model across board to see, okay, we need to look at how to get these young people, busy to also meet up with their, global counterparts. And that just explains in one aspect why there is a resurgence or there is an increased interest in investment in youth, entrepreneurship. And don't forget, the African Development Bank has, a statutory mandate also to research and look into how to drive economic growth, in the African borders. And the easiest and the quick win for them to concentrate is to see how to, increase their investment portfolio in youth development, channeling through, entrepreneurship activities. And if you see that the African Development Bank has developed, several innovations, several funding portfolios targeting young people and women across the African, border. The Hamburg, sustainability conference was just to highlight some of the, innovations across the world that are supporting young people as we approach the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals deadline. What are we doing in the area of poverty, hunger, climate change? It is still obvious that the challenges is glaring. And even just few days ago, we were converged in Abuja for the SDG, progress report review. People are now looking at the reality, steering us that in fact, the language that was used there is the fact that we are already off track, and maybe not Nigeria or Africa alone, globally, we are already off track. We only have 5 years to go, but obviously the challenging of meeting the indicators, the indices with which the SDGs was invented, we may not, in fact, it's not may not now, we are possibly not going to meet those targets. So the Hamburg Sustainability Conference spotlights innovations, initiatives across the world that seems to be working. And luckily, entrepreneurship activity among young people in Africa was spotlighted, looking at what African Development Bank is doing to provide, grants, to provide financial support, to also measure progress that is, being recorded.
All right, interesting. Now, one of the takeaways from the Hamburg Sustainability Conference has to do with the need to bridge the financing gap for youth entrepreneurs in Africa. It was one of the critical issues that was highlighted in that conference. And you agree with me that an average African who wants to go into business seems to have an idea of what to do. Maybe looking at, you have a business proposal, you've done your feasibility. But the greatest challenge comes when it comes to the issue of financing, and now the need to bridge the financial gap when it comes to the plight of youth entrepreneurs. How do you think this can be achieved in Africa, bridging the financial gap that exists among young entrepreneurs, which is one of the greatest challenges they face when they need to start businesses? What will be the role of African Development Bank here, and by extension, governments of various African countries in bridging this financial gap?
So if you Google African youth entrepreneurship, what you will see possibly will majorly be around what African Development Bank is doing, what Tolu Elumelu Foundation is doing, and maybe a handful of just few, information around research and statistics. You will hardly find what most of the banks in Africa does to support youth entrepreneurship, which is very, very sad. Take for instance, banks in Nigeria. We have lazy banks that just want to harvest on this, quick win and the low-hanging fruits in the financial sector. It's embarrassing. Some time ago, we were, hearing how, shamelessly some of the banks in Nigeria will hand, once you become a legislator, you become a senator, you become a House of Rep member, banks give you automatic overdraft. They issue you loans directly, without even requesting. They just, they issue you these loans because automatic, they believe that you are going to have access to excess, resources, and your finance need is going to be growing exponentially. These are people who ordinarily have loose access to resources, who are necessarily not going to use these resources to, strengthen the economic development of the society, but, exercise in flamboyancy and stuff like that, compared to young people with driving business innovatives that will crisscross from one bank to the other. In fact, the practice of young people submitting business proposals to banks has almost been killed in this part of the world, because it's almost a practice that has never been encouraged, has not shown evidence successes. So it's not even an option when a young person is designing business ideas and seeking for funding. So how do young people access financial resources to build their business ideas compared to Europe, compared to America? I just came back to the country, a few days back and interacted with quite a number of young people in the US who are, doing one business or the other. One of the conversations we had was the fact that in Africa, are there actually unemployment, or is it that we have businesses that, because of their lack of access to quality financing, are unable to provide good incentive for the people they will hire, that makes it look like people don't want those type of jobs. So if you go to Europe, what type of jobs are young people or adults doing? They are not doing big jobs. They are not doing, in America, people, are bartenders, they are security guards, they are bodyguards, they are, they work in restaurants. These are the businesses that are everywhere, across the streets, and these are the businesses that drives the economy of those big, countries. But financial access are easily made available. In fact, they are flaunted at your face once you are credit worthy, once your credit ability is ascertained. But in Africa, that's not the case. Okay, so you open a restaurant business, borrowed money from a friend or a family that gives you only 1 year or even 6 months, maybe some even 3 months to pay back. In 1 year, your business has not even gained traction. A few years back, we were doing a research about how long a business that starts in Abuja and environs survives. And then I personally predicted, after the report of that research, that 80 to 90% of those businesses will not be able to pay or renew their rent in the preceding year. And oh no, my colleagues, they said, oh no, you are a prophet of doom. That is not nice. No, these businesses look so amazing. And then 1 year back, we went around to see those businesses. More than 80% of them could not renew their rent, as exquisite as they look in opening those businesses. Because before a business can thrive to start even thinking of repaying back loans and still catering for their overheads, they need to find stability. Overflow in businesses do not happen overnight. Okay, it doesn't happen overnight. We need liquidity in businesses in a sustainable manner. Let's start to think that maybe in the first 5 years, they now start finding their, specialty in the market sector they are even operating within, before they now even start thinking of how much can we now start saying we want to separate for the loans that we've taken, and then to also break the margin of sustainably paying their staffs in such a manner that they will have respect and loyalty, because expertise in business is built over time. When you have staffs that you invest in, train to master the delivery of the kind of business you do, but unfortunately, because you cannot pay them well, they continue to seek other places where they are going to work. And someone that have spent like 5 months, 6 months, 1 year with you, that have mastered the art of your business, and suddenly leave because you couldn't pay him. And then you are going to bring another, people that will start from the crash. Everything about the business will suffer setback. Okay, these are some of the dynamics in business operations that access to sustainable funding in Africa has, ridiculed the survival of businesses. Well, this is where we are. This is what we are facing, unfortunately, but those are the realities.
All right. Yeah. We're also addressing the reality now, because the essence of this conversation is to see how we can provide solutions. Now, at the conference, one of the critical things that was raised by one of the participants has to do with the processes of obtaining loans. Are you aware that most of the time, the kind of bottleneck or the paperwork associated with getting loans from bank is also scary? whereby it's also one of the factors affecting young entrepreneurs from accessing loans from bank. Now, one of the participants at this conference raised the need to digitalize loans processes, you know, the application for loans, whereby you do less of paperwork and you do less of traveling, whereby even from your living room or from the comfort of your office, you'll be able to access loans without having to travel or, you know, engage in physical conversation. Now, how do we overcome this challenge, looking at the bottleneck associated with getting loans from bank, which is one of the issues that was raised at this conference, and one of the things, you know, hampering the growth of youth entrepreneurship in Africa? What's your take on this, looking at the concern raised by one of the participants at the conference?
There are many sides to this as well. You know, there is a behavioral, you know, side of who we are as a people, you know, in this part of the world. So, so many times, maybe banks have some ideas to fund youth innovations. But the truth also is how our society has built its culture and practices. So there's a research of why young people, you know, deviate in African society. And the conclusion in the pattern of behavior is what we see the society breed and leadership, what it breeds. So because people who have money as often flaunt the money in the face of the people in the society, there is an unethical drive within an average young person in Africa to wanting more than enough. Okay, so it's a culture in Nigeria, for example. Once you feel a little comfortable, you don't carry one phone. Even if one of your phone have two SIMs that can cater for alternative networks, you still have two phones. Ask us legitimately the justification for you wanting to carry two phones. You will discover that there is no legitimate justification for it. An average person in Nigeria who is doing well will not just want to have one car. Okay, so you see, you open someone's gate, you see two cars, you see three cars. You know, this is a trajectory that has, you know, described our appetite for resource management. So when a young person have access to finances, maybe loan, maybe a gift, or maybe a reward, whatever it is, you know, what happens immediately is to acquire things the person necessarily does not need or does not plan for. So you see young people access soft loans and they buy new phone. They change a gadget. They buy, you know, somebody has a TV in his house and suddenly he has access to such resources. He says he wants to buy a smart TV. And the primary objective for obtaining financial support and resources are neglected, and luxury appetites are taken care of at the detriment of objectivity. So banks over the years have had issues, you know, So recently in Nigeria, we now have an example of what you have narrated as, you know, as one of the immediate solutions where we should have less of paperwork. We now have so many online platforms that give out loans for people to meet up some emergency stuff. And recklessly, I have lost count of online banking loans who have reached out to me because of somebody who have used me as a guarantor of a loan that I know nothing about, and those people are now they are not paying again, and now they are coming after me, and then so there was one that called me and was actually threatening me, and I was like, what's this? I don't know when you didn't contact me when you gave the loan. Why now that you are now threatening, you want to arrest me? I was like, are you serious now? But this describes the attitude of who we are as a people. And when you blame those people, when you blame a typical Nigerian young person who does that, and suddenly somebody close to you, who you least expect that can do something like that, does that, and you just, that means we have an inherent behavior in us that is also hampering the development of some of these opportunities. So in Europe, for example, issue of this, excessive appetite for immediate, luxury and gratification is not on the rise as we have it, here. So it is easy to generate trust. It is easy to manage trust. It is also easy. It is also easy to, to handle some of these exigencies. But in Africa, we have these issues, and that is why so many ideas or solutions that comes up from the West, from US as ideas that are working. When you bring it here, you will suffer some kind of shock and surprises if your business didn't pack up at the end of the day. So we need to also address some fundamental issues that are choking us as a people. People don't just want to be okay in Africa. They want to be recklessly okay. And that is part of the problem we are facing. So someone who genuinely needs resources to fund a business, and when he explains to you, you are convinced, this is a viable business, but then you give him resources, and suddenly everything his life has never needed begin to flash around in his face, and that is the first thing he's going to concentrate on, at the detriment of something that should have built him and enduring resources that would later cater for those things. So those are big challenges also that are also undertone. Why we are criticizing some of these, let's say, short-sightedness by financial institutions, we also must find a way to mitigate the reality of human behavior that has also faced us.
All right. I got your point. You seem not to be optimistic about, the prevalence of digital loans in Africa due to the behavior.
I am
optimistic. Your sentiment.
I am optimistic.
But let's leave that. Let's get back to another aspect of youth entrepreneurship in Africa, which has to do with women. Recently, the African Development Bank approved a sum of $1 billion, as a form of loan to like 18,000 women who are into small businesses. Now, in terms of creating the right incentives for young women to go into entrepreneurship or into business, what would you expect this time around, given the fact that you have a goal by the year 2030 to ensure that you tackle hunger and poverty, and the women or young women entrepreneurs are supposed to also play a role in these? How do we encourage young women to further go into business, given the example by African Development Bank? How can that be replicated by other nations and other agencies to ensure that young women are given the right incentives to go into businesses?
Yeah, and to be honest, it has also proven very productive to fund women-led initiatives more than men, because statistically, SMEs led by women have succeeded more than SMEs led by men, especially those that cater for household, household survivor uh, uh, in Africa. Yeah, and that explains why even in the US, there has been is consistent provision for microloans for women in Africa because it has proven to succeed far more better. And if you take example of what the African Development Bank is doing, the 18,000 women, these are not women African Bank Development are giving money directly. These are women that benefit from the African Development micro support that they give to women-led fintechs, business innovations that also, grant women in their networks financial aids. We have few of them in Nigeria who also are building women community. I know a lady who, in her own cluster, there are 2,000 women that she is representing and giving this recycled business loan to. And it's simple. The way they organize this is very, very efficient and practical. Yeah. And funny enough, you discover that these are community level women, most who, before their encounter with these innovations, they don't have access to tech and digital, devices, but compulsorily to benefit in the scheme, in fact, all of them have to be connected to the digital platform through which their finances are monitored. As a matter of fact, the ladies who manages these stores, they have back-end monitoring of how funds move and where those funds move to in the finance wallet of every beneficiary in those of those women. So it makes it almost impossible for women to divert the funding to personal, stuff. Once they saw that you made payment from your wallet to things that look suspicious, you bought a phone, they will see the transaction because it is digitally configured in such a way that there are transactions that will just enter red flag once you make it from your wallet, and the back end will quickly alert the people. So those types of activities has helped to strengthen the viability of the system of disbursement to those women, and it has taught them discipline and ethics of financial management. And I guess that's why the number is not that much. When you see 18,000 women, 18,000 women is not that much compared to the population of women we have that needs those kind of support. But the higher the number, also you need to figure the fact that the more complex and difficult it will mean to manage if the system has not been well, proven, tested to scale. So I think what the African Development Bank is doing, they need to scale down that innovation to national banks and commercial banks to make it a business model that national and commercial banks in each country across Africa can begin to model and implement in small units. Imagine we have maybe like 20 banks or 20-something banks in Nigeria that will also have a portfolio, a funding portfolio to do something similar to what the African Development Bank is doing. So African Development Bank is doing maybe 18,000, and we're going to have, units of bank in Nigeria that will do 1,000, women intentionally. And say we have national banks, Central Bank of Nigeria, who will also do, something like that. Central Bank of Nigeria has often, put out this type of intervention to. But when you look at the process of assessing this money, they are not transparent. One, they are not efficient. Okay, it becomes, political handouts that does not address and meet the direct needs of the beneficiaries. So what the African Development Bank is doing is classic and is tested and proven to be delivering results. At least I know how it works on the field because I have women who are custodian of some of these initiatives and know women in their networks who I was in Lagos a few weeks ago and hosting one of the women who is a distributor of some of these funding opportunities. And so I believe African Development Banks should teach this model to national banks and commercial banks, and it should be replicated. And young people should have faith in their continent. And while we continue to work on our education reforms to begin to instill value and decency and ethic in their curriculums, so that we build a society where trust is easily assessed and dispensed, and financial institutions can have less to worry about in recouping loans that are not outright grants. I think that will work.
All right, nice submission there. Now let's look at the role of mentorship when it comes to youth entrepreneurship. You're aware that you have NGOs, individuals in Nigeria that are, floating that kind of framework to encourage young people. I don't want to mention names. You mentioned one earlier, talking about people who are having foundation to promote entrepreneurship. Now, how do we expand this kind of network, creating the right framework for young people to take the advantage of mentorship when it comes to the issue of entrepreneurship? What will be the role of individuals, NGOs, and even private organizations in creating this kind of framework for young people to grow or feel the impact of entrepreneurship when it comes to mentorship?
Yeah, it's something that can work as well. Mentors just needs to know that there are differences in landscape and demographics. There are, based on behavior and orientation, mentors needs to know that it takes hard work to build a successful human being. Because most times, one of the frustrations of mentoring is the fact that you see yourself as someone who is investing in maybe a young person or a group of young people, and you want them to be grateful. And in being grateful, you want them to do everything and come out with a clear result. Unfortunately, if you are mentoring, let's say 10 people, maybe immediate result will come from maybe one, and 8, 6, 7 of them might just be wasting your time, and that can really be frustrating. So mentoring also requires that mentors know that it takes hard work to be a successful mentor. It takes hard work to be a successful mentor because orientation differs. And sometimes people you have in mind that you are supporting, you are helping, they don't see it that way. Some of them even think you are using them. Some of them think you are, you are taking advantage of them, because the discipline it's required for to maintain a mentor-mentee relationship is painful sometimes. It's like a coach and a player on a pitch. You know, the business of a coach is not to entertain the pain of its player, but to ensure that the player excruciatingly delivers. At the end of the day, it will be for the benefit of the player. So most times, we need to find a community of mentors that will also be dogged, will be patient to go through that, because it works. When you have walked through some level of life, God has helped you. It has made you a practical example whose idea now can be replicated in other lives. You know, it becomes easier because you are not reading a textbook. You are sharing what you have lived. And, you know, with that comes experiences that cannot be refuted. So, like you said, not mentioning names, I have enjoyed some mentoring that, you know, have shaped the way I have worked. I have been opportune to sit in mentoring sessions with some of the biggest individuals in the world. I have been invited from Nigeria to US to UK to Germany to meet some real good, great people who took time to share their journey. And also after that, they share resources after they've known that this one, based on the mentoring sessions, has proven that they can be trusted. So sometimes, most of the times when you see a lot of people, these big people sharing their stories and bringing some people, maybe they take like 20 people and mentor them and share resources with them. Go check after 2 years. Maybe only 3 out of these 20 will still have remarkable, progress with what they have received. That means mentors also have their pain. It's just that they know, like the scriptures, spread your bread upon many waters. You never know the one that that will work. So it is time for more people in Africa to begin to invest in intentional mentoring activities and also happily sharing resources, not looking for an autocratic result that will work at all costs, and if it doesn't work immediately, it means that's their life. We need patience, we need investment, and we need courage. Thank you.
Okay, what a way to wrap up this conversation. We need patience, we need investment, we need courage. What a kind combination, and let's hope that the right set of people should come into this space when it comes to the issue of investment to promote youth entrepreneurship in Africa. We'll take up the call and wake up to the responsibility. We just have to leave this conversation here, and we must thank you for sharing your thoughts and your time with us on LXT this morning, looking at the plight of young entrepreneurs in Africa and what can be done to improve their performance. Thank you so much for your time and your commitment this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, it's still your favorite program, Early Exchange, where the big story lives. We'll take a moment now. When we return, it will be time for us to look at hospitality sector, to look at the future of that sector and the role of data and technology. That will take place after this short break. Stay with us.
Mr. Benga Oyirinde said that the Fire and Rescue Service of the state rescued 376 victims during the past 1 year, while property worth 152 billion naira was preserved, with property worth 25 billion naira lost. There were 82 casualties. We commend the agency for the presentation of statistics on human and material losses, painting a picture for anyone who might want to raise any argument about the reasons for the action. The commissioner also announced that the state government was making efforts to improve infrastructure with about 3 new fire stations at Ijogun, Egba Satellite Town and Ejede, and an ultra-modern workshop at the Alausa headquarters of the ministry to cater for the fleet of vehicles. While we condemn the enforcement of laid-down safety procedures at these centers, we will draw the attention of the agency to the fact that there are too many mushroom and improvised event centers in state that do not comply to any basic rules in state. Most communities are burdened with noise pollution, which by all standards is a health hazard that is frowned out in other parts of the world. Most of the event centers have no proper buildings so designed. Some people use residential spaces as event centers, and some of the residents complain with no one to attend to their concerns. In other countries, there are dedicated phone lines to agencies in charge of the environment for citizens to report any infractions. Protecting citizens should not only be from fire accidents. The issue of noise pollution from these event centers and even some churches and even mosques in residential areas is a concern for many residents in Lagos State. Some hotels have facilities for nightclubs that blare music all night, even on regular days, disturbing residents. We suggest that beyond the ceiling of premises, the agency can build a sustainable system that makes sure that any organization that applies to government for such buildings is mandated to have all the required infrastructure, and that the agency, instead of this fire brigade approach, should enforce compliance at the beginning. Sealing 840 event centers in 1 year is a lot. Periodic inspections and sustained public enlightenment on the dangers inherent in not reporting such centers that might be flouting government guidelines will have substantially reduced the number. The agency must work with other agencies that operate with these centers, like the building and construction agencies, the Ministry of Environment, Town Planning, and so on. This will make it possible for certain standards of safety to be met and to avoid the destructive effects of sealing off premises. What we are saying on News Talk is that the sealing up of the event centers should not be casual flash in the pan action that most government agencies do. It must be followed by monitoring and enforcement. I am Bayo Olaoye.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, if you're just joining us, you're at the right place at the right time. And like always, we got you covered. Earlier, we started our conversation looking at the role of youth entrepreneurship in promoting the continent and what should be done to ensure that young people, young women, are given the right incentives when it comes to entrepreneurship in Africa. And now to our second big story, which has to do with the hospitality industry in Africa. Today is all about Africa. Yes, that's our continent. We are proud to be Africans, and it's important we talk about our continent. Our guest today is someone who has over 15 years experience, is an expert when it comes to hospitality. But if you look at the hospitality industry in Africa, it's estimated to worth about $50 billion, and it's projected that by the year 2026, this is going to increase to about $90 billion, which is why it's important to talk about the prospects, the present situation, and how data and technology will shape the future of hospitality in Africa. Joining us for this conversation, we have Sunday Omogoye, who is the founder and the lead consultant at SOUQ Hospitality Consulting. Is right here with us in the studio. This is his first time. Sunday, glad you have joined us on NX Team.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
Your first time on the show?
Yeah, my first time on the show.
Great. I feel like giving you a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, glad to have you join us.
Yeah.
I've been going through your profile. You've been doing this for over 15 years. Interesting. So it means you're the right man for this conversation. So from your experience, let's start this conversation by doing an assessment of the growth of hospitality industry in Africa. Earlier we talked about somehow it's challenging to even bring a data to drive this kind of narrative, to be able to do a track of the level of development or growth in Africa. But from your experience, if you were to do your personal estimation and from your observation, the growth of hospitality in Africa, where is Africa when it comes to hospitality globally?
Thank you very much. When you talk of African hospitality in a larger scale compared to other continents of the world, Africa is not there yet where we want it to be. But I can also tell you that people are discovering Africa every day. When you watch some viral social media content online, you realize that people know our music, they know our food, but they don't even know where we are in the country or on the map. When you ask them most of the time, do you know Rema? They will say, yeah. Which country is it from? They don't know.
They just say Africa.
Exactly. So even sometimes they confuse them for Caribbean, if I'm not wrong. So what I was trying to say now, Africa is, we are being discovered. We are in the discovery stage in terms of hospitality. And how do you know this? You can see the foreign branded hotels, they are coming into Nigeria, coming into Africa. They are, at least we have some quality top 5 stars currently in Africa, and they are operating. They are expanding gradually. That's to tell you that they are also discovering that there is markets in Africa. But when you look at the data wise, Africans are not too huge on data. Even when they make progress, they don't talk much about their progress. So there's no data to really sell the progress they've made. All thanks to the few countries that are doing well. When you check the top 5 countries doing well in Africa, hospitality, you see people like South Africa, Seychelles, Egypt, and Mauritius, if you can add it. These countries, they have good data. You might want to include Kenya as well. They are doing very well with their safaris and all that. In terms of hospitality, these guys have data, and they can tell you that we have, in 2023, we had 10,000 visitors, we had 5,000 new hotels, we have 10,000 new hotels. In Nigeria, for instance, we can easily estimate how many hotels we have, but we hardly estimate how many foreigners or how many visitors we had over the past few years. All we have is rough estimates. You understand? So when it comes to data-driven analysis, we are not there yet in Africa. We are growing, we can do better, but we are not there yet. That's a fact.
All right, somehow, when you talk about, I'm always jealous about it or passionate about it. When you talk about our continent, Africa, it bothers me when it seems to me that the narrative is usually opposite or negative. So let's talk about the potential, looking at the hospitality industry in Africa in terms of potential resources. Africa is blessed.
Very well.
So give us an idea of how Africa is becoming the sought after when it comes to potential for tourism, for hotel business and all that. Giving a picture of what is playing out globally and how Africa has been repositioned to be the trust of that hospitality industry. So in terms of potential, in terms of resources, how is Africa blessed and what can be done to tap more of those resources?
So I would like to say, first of all, Africa is blessed with natural resources that you can't find anywhere in our part of the world. Our resources are unique to our product, to what we sell, to what we do. Part of our resources is our lifestyle that we offer. Example, our Afrobeats. You understand? As huge as Afrobeat is, is something that by now should be a festival annually. It can compete with all those foreign, you see, Coachellas and all that. Afrobeats can compete with it. That's hospitality, entertainment, very huge. When people come to visit or attend those concerts, they will need a place to sleep. They will need food to eat. Food vendors will tap from it. Hospitality people will tap from it. Catering company will tap from it. Promoters will tap from it. TV station, you understand? That's how huge it is. But yet, we are not tapping into that resources. So we have many good tourism sites that are good, that are lovely. We have huge potentials in those places. But the problem is that those places are either remote areas or they have security concern, like your the Wiki tourist area and all that. You understand? The River Ethiopia area in Delta State and all that. They are beautiful, lovely places. These are blue waters, just like the ones you go to see in Spain or anywhere all over the world. And now we are not exploring those stuff. So we have a lot of potential. We have the tourism market there. It's very, very huge. All thanks to event organizers, they're trying to push that promotion aspect as well. We have the next Dubai coming up. As you all know, Eco Atlantic City is still there lying down there. We have a lot of huge potential. And I can tell you that there are a lot of foreigners ready to move in, ready to settle down here, ready to expand more if certain things are provided to make these things easier for them. So yeah, we do have a lot. And as you can see, many hotels are coming up every time, yet they have their market share. No matter the level of hotels that come up, as long as your standard, you're good, and you know what you're doing, definitely there's a market share for you. So there's space for everyone.
All right, talking about the potential and the investment opportunity, if that industry is estimated to worth about $50 billion, and by the year 2026 is expected to grow to about $90 billion, that's like almost double. What are the factors do you think will drive this kind of explosion in that hospitality business?
Number one is government support. Government, there's nothing you can do without government support. If the government support is there in terms of funding, in terms of accessibility, in terms of grants, permits, and national orientation, then I believe it will go further than even the estimation. When, for instance, let me quickly give an example about this. After COVID, right, it was predicted that this will happen, that will happen. Nigeria was the fastest country that recovered from COVID in terms of hospitality worldwide, followed by other West African countries. It took them almost a year. You understand?
Even without vaccines.
Exactly. The industry recovered fast, boom. And the next year, they made after 2020, 2021, they made a groundbreaking record. Most hotels that were doing millions started doing billions for the first time. In 2022, they were doing billions. So what am I trying to say? So once that aspect is there in terms of education, that see, when you come and invest in this country, the potential of your business recovery is there. You understand? Nigeria is very, very fast to recover in terms of this kind of thing. That resilience is there. So government supports one. Secondly, education. You educate people. The next one is expose us to foreign investors, give them a soft landing. Give them some kind of sort of grants when they are coming in. We have a tourism estate we want to develop, for instance. If you are coming to build hotels there, if you are coming to build tourism stuff there, theme parks and recreation facilities there, you are going to be having this for a certain number of years. That's how they develop places. Underdeveloped countries like us should have such grants for investors to have soft landing for. And also we need some sort of continuous convention, exhibition to make people understand that these stuffs are happening. And we are doing well so far. We have Hotel Expo that just concluded in September. We had Hotel Managers Conference. We have different exhibitions coming in. But I believe it can be more and bigger than that. You usually do it like 2 days, These things can happen for a week. When you see Dubai hotel exhibition, when you see Dubai hotel shows and all that, hospitality shows, it's well packaged. We are trying our best, but we are not there yet. Lastly, technology. All thanks to the young generation. You see what they do. Everybody is craving about jollof rice, even when they've not been to Nigeria. This has given rise to people tapping into it, the popularity. Now imagine even British American Airways are serving jollof rice on their plane. That's to tell you the level of exposure that these things can go to. I see some TikTok stories and I wonder, they've not been to Nigeria. You see Koreans, you see Japanese trying out our local food, trying out our dishes. So we need those content creators to actually promote the good side of our business, promote the potential that we have in the hospitality and tourism world. We need the internet space to buzz, to make noise. If you don't make noise about the good stuff you have, it's only the bad side. They'll be hearing about it. It's as simple as that. So yeah, we need social media to drive it. Always social media to drive it and push it out. Technology, let me come back to that. Technology is huge. I want to separate it from social media now. Technology, we are talking about the guest experience, you know. Most of the time, the people want to build a space and they'll say, I want it to be a kind of guest experiential places. But when they price these things, because of the high rates or low Naira devaluation, they'll change their mind often. So when people now come into the country, they are expecting to see the same thing they've seen in Thailand, the same thing they've seen in, you know, and when they come here, they couldn't find it, they feel disappointed. So yeah, technology can change a lot. Surveillance system, guest experience, you know, checking in, checking out, contactless checking in, you know, you just want to check in without seeing anybody. All these are new innovations that are happening all over the world. We are yet to get there. So that's another way.
All right, you've raised several issues. We'll still revisit them one after the other, the issue of technology and the rest of them. But I want us to do a spotlight on Nigeria when it comes to hospitality industry.
Yeah.
What do you think, or what you call comparative advantage for Nigeria, and that should be a source of attraction to Nigeria? You are aware of what Dubai is doing as regards hospitality and tourism.
Exactly.
Now, for Nigeria, as someone who has done a lot of researches and certain, you know, experiment in this regard, what will you consider to be the comparative advantage and could be a source of attraction for investment in Nigeria when it comes to hospitality industry?
So like I mentioned initially, first of all, our entertainment system is the biggest. Everybody want to do Afrobeat right now. We need to package Afrobeat in a bigger way and tweak hospitality into it. What I mean is that when you're marketing it, also it has to go alongside. We have beautiful hotels you're going to stay when you get to Nigeria. We have international standard hotels you're going to stay. Not just that, we have tourism centers and all that. So you need to, you know, it's a side-by-side business. The component of tourism is stay, attraction, and transportation. You can't remove them. How many foreign flights are coming into Nigeria? When they get to Nigeria, how many are going into other states? The ones we have, how are they performing? Do people have access? How is their visa processes like? You see Seychelles example, for instance, as well. When you're traveling there, once it's tourism based, the process is faster. Kenya as well, once it's tourism based, the process is faster. We need to fast track visa entry for people that are coming for tourism purpose, because they are coming with money, they are coming with investment, they are coming to explore and take it back to their people. That, hey, I went to a beautiful place. Most of the time, 80% of my guests are usually foreigners. And when I ask them first time in Nigeria, they say, yeah. And what's the opinion about Nigeria? They say, it's not bad the way we were told it was. And if a foreigner can be saying that, imagine when you take time now to push this out to the public, the results will be definitely positive. So I think that's just it for now.
All right. When you talk about hospitality business or industry, the hotel business aspect of it seems to be very prevalent, especially in Nigeria. Why do you have that development, and what could be the potential merit or demerit of that?
Okay, why that aspect seems to be growing is because of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs are investors now see that hospitality is a long-term investment. It's not just a kind of business that you go into and crash after 3-5 years. You also discovered, I saw a data yesterday that says one of the most oldest business in the world that has been transferred to over 5 generations contain element of hospitality. And when I check that fact, you will see things like wine business, you see things like hotels, you see things like catering business. So when we talk hospitality, we're talking of HoReCa, hotel, restaurants, events, cafeterias, and airline. So you say that some of the oldest business in the world, over 5 generations, over 5 decades, over 5 centuries, are hospitality and tangled business. So people now, they've seen that, wow, this stuff is like your Federal Palace and Ecote, for instance.
No, don't mention names so that we'll
okay.
like
like the ones we have now that are one of the oldest around. You know, these were hotels that were used as places for our Independence Day, and they are still functioning today. That's to tell you the longevity of this kind of business. So it has longevity. It has a return on investment. Return on investment is very stable. Though it's short, the return on investment is long term, but when it starts coming, it is guaranteed that you will make your money. Most of the hotels that open after COVID, usually they're supposed to get ROI after, like, let's say 5 years. I can guarantee you that most of them got under 3 years, especially on the island and Ikeja metropolitan area. They got it after 3 years. And that's to tell you that people now, they now travel inbound. People now realize that what I'm looking for in Kenya, what I'm looking for in South Africa is now in Nigeria. Example, what they are looking for there, most people travel for food experience, gastronomy. So they now discover that we have those chefs here. We can eat those food here. I can do those stuff here. I can experience those menu here. And so people have seen that this industry, there's money in it, there's return on investment, it's guaranteed, it's safe. That's why we have more drive in that area than every other part of the tourism industry, like theme park, like water park, like all those exhibition and all that. But the hospitality, for instance, the hotel part of it is growing because of this factor. We have more entrepreneurs and investors going into hospitality. And also those entrepreneurs are the one attracting most of the foreign investors into the country. So that's why it's growing like that. If you can see, if you check the last couple of years, like let's say after COVID as well, most of the hotels coming up are huge hotels. Hotels nothing less than 100 rooms upwards. So if you have a hotel not less than 100 rooms upward, we are talking of you are already employing more than 150 people with good pay and salary. So I think that's just it.
All right, interesting. You've succeeded in opening the potential, when it comes to hospitality in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And that's for investors who are watching.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will love that segment.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about the role of data, because data is perceived to be the future. But if you ask me, is the trend now? Because globally, hospitality is driven by data, virtually every sector.
Yeah.
But here in Nigeria, let's talk about the challenge as regards gathering data, even the reliability of this data. How do we achieve having a kind of database that will judge the kind of estimation of the worth of hospitality business in a place like Nigeria? What are the challenges, and then how do we overcome them?
Okay. First of all, it's just a mindset thing. Like, people feel, I'm doing well, why do I need data after I'm selling? You understand? So it takes core hospitality people and people that have competency in this kind of business to remind the owners, investors that, hey, because most of the time data, we are saying data, you need to invest in it. For your 2025 budget, you need to start including it, and that means it's getting bigger. The owner might at the end of the day remove it. You want to let him know, sir, ma'am, you need to include data analysis into your daily budget. If we don't have it, why? Because we need to know the kind of people that patronizes our business, the type of people that our business appeal to, the future of our business. You can use data to predict all these things, So what are the issues affecting this data? First of all, funds. Second, owner's philosophy. Number three, professionals on the field. Not all practitioners of hospitality are professionals, you understand? They don't see the value or the need for data. So when you have this kind of problem, it is very, very difficult to have or generate data. But luckily for us, most people are now coming up with it. The top 10 hotels in this country, they are driven by data. I can tell you for free. And some of the data they use are guest satisfaction-based data. They use most of these digital surveillance tools, feedback forms, and all that. They use it to generate data, to know the number of people. They also use PMS, that's property management system, what we use to check in and check out people. By there, they can tell you, this month we had 200 new visitors coming into our property. Last month we had, then they can start stepping up. Sometimes when they get feedback from this thing, they use it to formulate their future plans and make adjustment. Example, I love your property. It's a family-based property, but the only problem is that my children they like virtual games. You don't have virtual games. Now the company or the hotel will be thinking, we have family travelers coming into this space because of our rooms are suites. family room, we had everything complete, but that virtual aspect of it, you need to quantify it when you're telling the investors that over the past years, we had 70% of family using this as property. However, we could increase that if we add virtual reality to our facility or amenities. You see the owner, okay, because you now have data, it's easier to convince the owner. So why sometimes these people feel laid back and they don't want to take action is because there is no data to prove what you're talking about. So I can sit here and tell you, oh, we have so number of amount of this for certain hotel. Why? Because I'm using proven data. Example of the data we use, I like to call a name, is a company we call Booking.com. It's a software company that brings people from abroad and you can book also locally. When you book at the end of the month, they send you invoice. You see the number of people that have visited you. You see how much you're generating for them and you pay them commission. If you are not on such platform, funny enough, they are free. And many hospitality companies are not on it. And we have local ones as well. I would want to call names. You understand? So you need this data analysis to help you drive business and convince people. Otherwise, owners will continue to feel laid back. Professionals in the industry need to push, and the fund needs to be made available. Those three major factors affect data in Nigeria.
All right. Talking about data, I still want us to dwell on that. Let's talk about having the right infrastructure to also drive it. It could also be a challenge. Now, how do we change the narrative where, from what you said now, the proprietors or from the owner's perspective, they understand the necessity of data? How do we change that behavioral pattern? And also the need to invest in the right infrastructure. And when you talk about this infrastructure, what are they? Give us an idea of what they should put in place to drive the issue of data. And then how can it be centralized? You have pockets of individuals and owners who are driving their businesses with data. But when it comes to the national data that to drive hospitality business, how do we achieve it?
Okay, so during data collection, part of the issue of data collection is biased data reporting or omission of data. Example, when you are checking into any property worldwide, there is a system on ground we call the PMS, Property Management System. When you are checking in, they get your name, they get your data and all that. Most of the time, the people collecting this data, they don't impute the email address and phone number. That is one of the omission and problems we have. So number one, you need qualified people on the ground to execute the job for you. It is what you impute in the system that it will give back to you and analyze to you. What are you looking at? It might filter people through family grade, travel, tourists, and all that. But if you don't impute it during that data collection, you can't do anything with it. You understand my point? So that's the number one aspect. We need qualified people, trained people, and sometimes it could be that they don't have the experience to use it. And when you don't have stable workforce or staff in your place, the people that have the experience, they've resigned. Now you have new people on board. As long as it checks in, checks out, and payments is done, they are fine. But that PMS has been provided to execute more than that. It is provided to analyze, help the guest experience better, help movements better, help payment to be better, a lot of things to be better, but you're just using it for one function. So it could be, another thing could be training and development of the people using it, you know. So I think basically that's it. And also integration with other departments is another thing. Most of the time, these data are designed and centralized to carry out multiple functions. But you see owners often want to say, no, I'm going to subscribe to this. I don't need the finance part of it. I don't need the inventory part of it. It affects data. How? When you have a guest in-house and you have, for instance, 5 tissues in your room, immediately the requisite, it will go down. 5 people are using it. Immediately another person checks in, you put, it goes down. The inventory at the back end are already seeing it, that I need to requisite more. Are you seeing how data affects every aspect? But you now say, and I said, no, it's just checking in, check out, I want. Don't. Now, you also have data. When it comes to end of the year, and the FIRS are chasing you around, they're bringing bill and say, this is your bill. The finance guys start running around. Data will just help you when you make payments at the end of the day. Every close of business, it removes tax, it removes service charge, it removes VAT, consumption tax. It breaks it down for you. So you know your gain automatically. And although it sums up everything, life is very easy. So now you don't want to pay for it. You want to do manual work. And the young man is scratching his head and struggling with it. Data can make your life easy. Data is making life easy every day. It might be expensive, no. But then what you get in return is far, far better and makes life easier. So I think basically that's it.
Interesting. This conversation is getting more engaging and interesting. But we need to go on a short break now. We still have Sunday here with us doing proper analysis as regards hospitality business in Africa. We'll go on this time out. When we return, we'll continue our conversation in this light. Stay with us.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Yes, indeed, our obligation is to shape policy and advance development with our conversation. We are proud to say that. Yes, we say that often because we want that to stay with you. We want that to reiterate with you so that you know the essence of this program. This is where the big story also lives. We started this conversation looking at the role of hospitality and the prospect in that industry as regards the African landscape. And we still have our guest here with us. We still have Sunday Omogoye here with us, who is an expert in that regard. Glad to know you're still here with us.
Thank you so much.
So earlier we talked about the prospects and the potential, which is estimated by the year 2026 that the hospitality industry will grow to about $90 billion. But let's talk about the business environment in Africa. And by extension, we'll talk about that of Nigeria. For the hospitality business, what are the critical issues hampering the growth of hospitality, looking at the business environment?
Yeah.
You know, as someone who has been in that industry for years, what has been your observations?
Okay, right from day one, the highest factor affecting hospitality industry, and like every other business in Nigeria, is cost of energy. Is huge for hospitality people, because let's say, for instance, banking sector, they close and shut down some appliances. Hospitality is not like that. If you have 100 rooms, for instance, and you have just 2% occupancy, you have to put on the generator till dawn for the 5 people in that room. So you can imagine how it is. It's not easy from the electrical supply angle. It's not easy from diesel supply angle as well. Green energy, we are trying. Alternative energy, we are trying. But I can tell you for sure, it has not been easy. So the biggest factor, number one, is costs of energy. Second is cost of maintenance. Maintaining the building, maintenance cost is so high. Supply cost is so high. Cost of the things we use, supplies, the food cost is going high every day. Before, you know, we all know what's going on in the country. So inflation is affecting the industry big time. We are affected by human factor. Some people may want to disagree here, but we don't have much professionals, qualified professionals. We have practitioners, but we don't have much professionals at the top level, and it's affecting. The ones we have, majority of them, they've traveled out, you know, because of economy of
Japa.
yeah, exactly. Japa is affecting a lot, and that is why most of the time we still have a lot of foreigners, working and occupying space in Nigeria. Funny enough, we have people leaving the country, we have foreigners coming into the country. So everybody with what suits them. So it's affecting us. Sincerely, it's affecting us. Sometimes you see a whole department in a hotel, you see a whole unit just move out, and the operation that place just collapse. So it's affecting us big time. Yes, another problem we have is social unrest. Once there is insecurity in the country, most of the big hotels back in the day, outside Lagos, to say they are not functioning well anymore. And this is because of the social instability going on. Is really, really affecting us. CBN policy is huge on us. Why? Because most of our guests are foreigners, and we are told not to quote in dollars anymore. So Naira is unstable. You can't quote in Naira as well. When you quote in Naira, you give rates. When they want to pay, sometimes you're getting lost. But according to the national law, we can't quote in dollars currently. So CBN,
isn't that in a good spirit to also help the growth of the Naira and the demand for Naira?
Has it changed? No. So assuming it has changed, I wouldn't mind. Now, these OTAs we partner with, they are foreign OTAs. And to be honest, they give us good customers and also give us exposure. These OTAs, we pay them in dollars as well. Most of our PMS, all thanks to the local ones coming up now, most of our PMS, the renewal agreement rates, they're in dollars as well. They're in foreign currency. Now people are changing and using locally based. Why the foreign ones that are smart, they've started accepting Naira as well. As long as it works, I am fine with whatever work. But I mean, it has affected a lot. That is just the truth. So this stuff I've highlighted so far, they are affecting the industries, and sometimes some local laws as well that are, not so friendly with the industry affect us. You just wake up one morning and see new policy. You're still struggling to pay outstanding bills for some of them. Instead of making it easier for industries to have soft landing, and especially in this kind of economy, we need, like Thailand, for instance, they enjoy that a lot. In Kenya as well, they enjoy that a lot. But in Nigeria, that's not the case. West African countries, our economy is not friendly to hospitality business owners. But we need to look into that. And what are your challenges? Because these people, they employ a huge chunk of the population. And not just a huge chunk of they employ the middle scale, the unskilled labor as well, the semi-skilled labor as well. They employ a huge chunk of them and bring them into the industry. By the time these people pass through the system, they are refined. They get some kind of knowledge and understanding, how to live, how to behave, how to eat, how to communicate, how to use system. Most of them, let's say for instance, they are O-level owner. By the time they leave the company, most after 10 years, they can use computer very, very well. They know what a key card is. They are smart already. They know what social media vibes is all about. They are aware. Why? Because of knowledge transfer, skill transfer, interaction with foreigners, interaction with foreign people and all that. It gives edge. But when all these are not there, it makes business difficult for hospitality industry. Power, professionals, cost of material, CBN policy. They all affect hospitality industry.
Let me do a follow-up on one of the points you raised earlier, which has to do with the influx of practitioners as against professionals. What is, apart from the issue of Japan or whatever, that's a situation where you have more of investors rather than professionals who have the expertise to drive the industry. What's leading to that? Is it that people are seeing it as a form of investment rather than a profession? And how has that placed the hospitality industry?
I think that's more of personal stuff. Back then, the people that were in the hospitality industry, they were foreigners mostly. And luckily for us, people like us that had to work with a lot of white people and foreign people, you will see the difference in us than people that didn't really have that knowledge transfer, that skill transfer. And what I mean,
that knowledge gap.
That knowledge gap is there. Yeah, knowledge gap is there. It's huge. I studied hospitality and tourism. I have BSc in it, but it's actually so different when I was practicing it. Very, very different. And I won't blame them. While I was in school, the PMS we were using are Galileo and Seba based. They were more like manual based. When I graduated, Opera took over the world. You understand? Now it was a new, and I was wondering, no, I was being taught this. Why am I now saying this? So I had to quickly catch up again. You understand? Now, if you don't catch up, and what we use here, the beauty part of why Japa was easy for most of Nigerians is because what we actually do here and what we practice is global standard hospitality. So that's why it's easier. When they go overseas, they just become bosses and get high, huge position because they were already good here. So some of them, maybe they don't get recognition, they don't get well compensated, and so it fuels that desire to move ahead. So I think that's it.
All right, let's talk about technology before we wrap up now.
Yeah.
You know, artificial intelligence is ravaging every sector.
That's how we.
And I can bet it with you that the hospitality sector is not going to be left out. So in terms of technology, what's the trend? And where do you see hospitality industry with the growth of technology and artificial intelligence?
So my company is Starfield Hospitality Consulting, aka Starfield Hotech. That's hotel technology. So I saw that gap was there from beginning, and that's why I invent such company. My aim is to drive the everybody's going into consultancy, opening and all that. Who will go into the hospitality technology aspect? You understand? Who will bridge that gap? Who will bring it? That's where I'm coming in. I love guest experience more than anything else. So what are we doing with technology in the industry? We are bringing seamless, automation of PMS. Seamless. It has to be seamless in the fact that, in the sense that when people come in, payment is easy. Sometimes they don't even need to be there to pay. Either foreign card, local currency, whatever, they can still make payments. So when payment is easy, it makes everything easier for you. Most of the time when people make reservations and want to come to your hotel, foreigners especially, they'll ask you, do you accept foreign cards? Now with CBN policy, it's difficult for you to get international POS to get payments. But we've bridged that gap. We have the fintech, they help us. I don't want to call names. So you can just, you don't even need to have their accounts to make payments or do transaction with them. With a scan code, you can just make payments, the hotel receives the payments. So all this experience is what technology has changed the face of our industry and has opened the door. Since people now know I can pay, they now find it easy to come in, make payments, and enjoy their stay. Secondly, in terms of technology, we've been able to automate most of our activities in the room, in the restaurant. You can do scan code menu, you can do online menu requisition. You don't necessarily need to get there to get menu. Example as well is some of your online food delivery system, and they are working very, very fine. Gone are those days whereby you have to call the hotel. No, just by your phone, you go online, they are there, you order for your food. You can even see real-time delivery when they are bringing it to your doorstep. Without them calling you, are you around or not? With the address you've put, they bring it straight to your doorstep. Very easy. So that's also features of how technology has changed the face of the industry. Back in the day, all these were struggles. Even right now, partnership has also helped. Example, what I mean is that you say something like airline company that has partnership with most hotels. If you use their airline regularly, you can also use the hotels they partner with as well. So it's make life easier from the airport direct to these hotels. So those partnership has really, really improved technology. And how do they reconcile the payments or the benefits at the end of the day? Is through technology. That's how it was easier. So collaboration has made it easier. Part of the technology advantage is also guest experience. What does guest experience really mean? Their interaction with their rooms. How is their bed like? Before they check in, they are ready. They have options to see what the room look like. They can do virtual tour of what the room look like. They can see the centimeter of the room. They can see the TV. They can interact with the television. As they are checking in, you see your name. Sunday Omongo is Samson. You're welcome to So Hotel. Those are guest experience. Technology has made it easier. Now what hotels are not doing with the smartphone stuff is that we usually give Wi-Fi passcode. We don't do that anymore. It just, and you have Wi-Fi access. Experience the use to make it easier, to make it friendly, to make it seamless. That's what technology has done in this industry. And now when people check in, they can watch foreign movie, Netflix, whatever they want. Internet television has also boosted experience in a huge way. Automated food simulation is the one that is trending now. Not much in Nigeria, but I know with a matter of time it will be here. You can virtually make your food, you automate it, and it will be reading real time. Once you place order for it, they will be preparing it. You'll be seeing it on your table while you're waiting. Immediately they are through. Once the countdown expires, your food arrives. So all those are technology experience that have made user-friendly and make guest experience to improve in our industry. And many more. But so far, so good. This few that I've mentioned have really redefined hospitality in Nigeria and Africa at large.
All right, well said there. You know, technology is everything. It's going to be now and it's going to be the future, just like you've said. I wish we could go on and on and on, but at this junction, we just have to call it a conversation. Sunday Omogoye is the founder and lead consultant at Starfield Hospitality Consulting. Thank you so much for finding time to be part of this conversation. And indeed, you've made my day.
Thank you so much.
In preparation for the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, this is where we call it a wrap. This is our frame for today. And for this week, we started on Monday looking at several topics. For those of you who missed the previous conversations and the one we had earlier today, you can go to all our social media platforms, our YouTube page, to do a catch-up. Just search for at SOUQ News TV. There you find us. Don't forget this program, the award-winning program, where we shape policy and advance development, will return on Monday. Market Insight comes up at 11, as we'll also be prepared to give the best of programming. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday, so enjoy your weekend. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on Monday.
Vendetta Resources holds majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Looking back, you know, my village is nice. I mean, urban, it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, you know, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, you know, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, you know, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, you know. So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You know, you can wake up at 5, you know, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, you know, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them in the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, you know, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, you know, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, you know, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University, where I am now, when I walk out, you know, you have this, what they call these gardeners, you know, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, you know, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. You know, the question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You know, you have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. You know, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. It used to be called St. John's. You know, but by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. You know, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education. You know, in the then Bender State, you know, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua, you have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in you know, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. You know, we were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, you know, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. You know, today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, you know, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You know, you have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM, must have written JAM about 3 times. You know, you write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bende. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bende State University when it was created, you know, now Brusali, you know. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona, who was, I think he was a lecturer in Brusali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me. You know, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something that it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, and of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was doing writing my master's, you know, thesis. You know, so the other part of me which was in it was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for you know, Children's Day. I remember now, the kill cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. So I led a boycott of it. It got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. Everybody was leaving. It remained about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. We still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat that, we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. So eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, we calmed down and allow the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. E.C. Mamadou. He's now a German resident. He graduated from Ife, Bafina University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one recovery were The Dialectics of Nature by Frederick Engels. If you read the dialectics of nature, you virtually understand everything about science. Science and its relation to social life. So that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-During, also by Frederick Engels. Anti-During will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, and all of that. So when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, even though I was squatting, at that time. And what we did by, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership. Writing minutes, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, period until I entered the University of Lagos, Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratek, Bengal, Awekpo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in Unimed, but he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyepe, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist Leninist Study Group. the UNILAG Student Union was banned, during that period. So we resuscitated the union. I brought the union back by, launching a protest against the management at the Sunday building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timi Phillips. Atlanta died, God bless his soul, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timi, I think I ran for the presidency, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyaze is also late now, that led to crisis at the university. Because I won the whole of Akoka campus, they rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falano. And we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, that was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results, when it was eventually released, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I redeployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north, And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We redeployed back, to Lagos. And of course, what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, and my chairman was taken away, Becker was taken to Katsina prison. So we were all dispersed Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University, and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of SENCOD, many prominent people, Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SENCOD, of that center. Orelokwe was in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, to train in the SENCOD Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, and I rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, it's liberating. It's about, how to transform the society. And it's about, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, a detailed volume on globalization and the fringe players. The way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You must at each point in time define, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of birth, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? It means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, help to fight them. You have to subvert them so that people can, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. It doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always we're on our own, and the social nexus, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if it's 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power. Which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Issa Sage was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfemu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitutional making, you have what we call, there's what we call people's led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia. After the civil war in Ethiopia, the Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down the constitutional path to resolving such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia. So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I told it was almost about 50%, of resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, become military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was a problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on the exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the state. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Kwerimadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, more powers should be devolved, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent, and which other one, railway, is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power, but we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power, you talk about refederalizing the polity. Largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about, because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So, you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see obviously there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. State had, Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today, They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife It's an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere you can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community, with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not prioritized. So that has created problems between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget, because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It is easy to govern. and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university, because research, product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all, except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, we're very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like B.J. Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI, because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are leaving in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance. Governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Burton, all of these people, Jeremy Burton, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights. The 2024 edition of SOUQ Africa Summit, the largest women in tech summit in Africa, brought together women in tech from across the continent. The event, which held at Zone Tech Park, Lagos, provided a platform for women in tech, founders, senior executives, and enthusiasts to learn and engage in powerful conversations bordering on technical and career growth, leadership, and diversity while networking. The summit also addresses the issue of gender imbalance in the tech space by providing girls and women with tools, learning resources, and job opportunities they need to succeed in the industry. The summit featured keynote presentations, panel sessions, and recognitions of women excelling across various fields. Speaking during the breakaway session, Omotola Omotayo, a community manager at Outreachy, urged participants to take advantage of the growing influence of artificial intelligence while noting AI can't replace tech experts.
If you ask AI, where can I get my next big job? AI is just going to make suggestions for you. Why don't you go to this website? Why don't you apply for this job? I encourage you to give it your best. Do you want me to help you with your CV? But when you attend conference, Omotola or any other person that you are meeting will tell you, oh, what can you do? How have you been doing it? Any other projects you've worked on before? What part of this career path are you looking? You know, you have like more intentional question, conversation.
An open source advocate, programs manager, and technical writer at FMDQ, Basaya Ojo, urged participants to utilize open source to get their careers started, describing SOUQ Africa as home.
And I know how difficult it can be for new people in tech or new women in tech to get started. I mean, tech is mostly seen as a men's field or a man's field. So I want to help as many young girls, as many young women as possible to see that a lot of things are achievable if only they start.
Chisom Woku, a software engineer and the publisher of a Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies, who spoke on personal branding, stated there's a need for a balance between self-promotion and career while delivering value.
Be loud about what you do. Like I said on the stage, be the star girl of your field. Let people see you and know that, okay, this is an expert in what you are doing. Another thing would be your personal brand is something that would grow. As your career is nurturing, your personal brand is something that would go with you. So you want to understand who you are, the kind of values that you want to stand for, and the kind of stories that you want to tell. And definitely your 5-year-old self, after like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to be very grateful that you started that journey.
Founder and Executive Director of SOUQ Africa, Ada Nduka Oyom, says the event has led to the creation of a safe haven in the form of a community for women in tech.
At SOUQ Africa, our goal is to, in summary, bridge the gender gap. And events like this provide a safe space for women to understand, acknowledge, and accept that their voices matter. To also provide them an opportunity to network, meet with other women in tech like them, provide more visibility. And from events like this, from our summit, it provides them the platform to know and see that, you know, there are opportunities for them to expand in terms of leadership, in terms of growth, career growth, and just taking charge in an already male-dominated space. We are building an active pipeline. We're equipping them with resources, we're training them, and we're providing them with the opportunities like hiring opportunities and scholarship opportunities I had mentioned earlier. All in all, at the end of the day, the goal is when people come into Africa's tech ecosystem, they see a ton of women who are thriving in the industry thanks to SOUQ Africa and thanks to events like this, the SOUQ Africa Summit.
Gertrude, a mother of 4 who participated in the summit, called for more events similar to the SOUQ Africa Summit while urging women to find their purpose.
As a woman, who we are should extend beyond our status as being single, married, with kids or without kids. And I push myself, my identity forward regardless of what my status is. When you see me, the first thing you don't think is, oh, she's a wife, she's a mom. you first meet Gertrude before you know about all of that. Those are add-ons, beautiful parts of my life, but first and foremost, I will identify with who I am and the purpose I'm here on earth to fulfill. So yeah, that's it for me, and that's what I would advise any other woman to do.
This year's theme of SOUQ Africa is driving innovation for Africa's economy. Women from all over West Africa have gathered at this year's summit, physically and virtually, and one thing is in focus: increasing the participation of women in technology. Temple Bara, SOUQ News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello there again and welcome to Market Insights here on SOUQ News Television Lagos. Today, October 18, 2024. TGIF, it's a fantastically beautiful Friday morning. I'm hoping that it's colorful where you are at right this minute, whether you are at work, whether you are on the go, or perhaps at home or someplace else that's fancy. Where you are already in full swing for the weekend. I can tell you this for free, I am gearing up for the weekend at my end. I'm David Chiedu, by the way, and once again, welcome to Market Insights. It's where we talk about everything that has to do with the market and how we interact with it therein, including what it means for our pockets or our bank accounts, the granularity of it all, the naira and kobo of it all. That's exactly what you'd find here on Market Insight. Today on the program, we're talking about the impact of our lingering FX crisis on investors' confidence and the economy generally. And we will get into the conversation very, very shortly, but not before we take a look at the trading summary so far for the week that ended yesterday, October 17, yesterday, Thursday, October 17, 2024. So at the end of yesterday's trading session on the NGX, talking about the Nigerian Exchange Group, a total of 209,308,707 shares in 7,318 deals, corresponding to a market value of 6,408,745,640 naira 98 kobo were traded. Compared with the previous NGX trading day, that was Wednesday, October 16, Thursday's data showed 7% decline in volume, a 29% decline in turnover, and a 6% decline in deals. Now, the current market's capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is 59.4 trillion naira. In the aggregate, 120 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 29 gainers and 16 losers. Amongst the gainers were Golden Guinea Breweries, led that chart actually with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 3 naira 74 kobo per share, followed by Deep Capital Management and Trust going up 9.85%, and Transcorp Power going up 9.68%, as well as Jais Bank going up 8.64%. On the other hand, the losing side, that is, Airedale Holdings, came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 10% at 694 naira 80 kobo per share, followed by Regency Alliance Insurance going down a negative 8.82%, Dar Communications going down 6.78%, and UAC of Nigeria going down 6.7%. Sterling Bank recorded the highest volume of 42.8 million traded shares, followed by Zenith Bank PLC recording 20.1 million. Guarantee Trust Bank, or rather Guarantee Trust Holdings, instead going with 19.6 million shares overall, and Access Holdings with 16.3 million shares. And that's what it looked like on the floor of the NGX during the course of the week and the trading week recorded yesterday. That's pretty much the short and sweet of it. We get straight into the conversation, the heart of it therein, talking about the country's FX crisis and its impact on investors' confidence and the wider economy. Shortly after the break, stay with us.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updating today's fast-paced world. Staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back to Market Insights, and we are going straight to it, talking about the FX crisis and what it's doing for our foreign investors as well as the economy. Now, lately, Nigeria has struggled with FDIs due to lingering foreign exchange liquidity crisis. Data obtained from the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, showed that foreign direct investment decreased by 75% to a paltry $29.8 million in the second quarter from $119 million recorded in the first quarter. Now, foreign portfolio investment also, which contributed the most to the total capital information or capital importation, beg your pardon, also fell by 32% quarter on quarter to $1.4 billion in the same period under review. Some experts have attributed the waning appetite of foreign investors in the country to the lingering crisis, rising inflation, as well as worsening insecurity. And to discuss what this means for trade and what it does also mean for the economy at large, we're being joined by Dr. David Oyetunji. He is the proprietor and governing school board chairman to Unity International Schools and UIS ICT Power Hub. He's also the former director, Finance and Accounts, National Automotive Design and Development Council, NADDC. Good morning, Dr. Oyetunji. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thanks so much.
On this note, and get your thoughts very quickly. Now, the Naira has experienced persistent volatility all through the year, losing well over half its value. In fact, 70% of its value so far. It opened the year at about 907 naira to the dollar, as it were. But now it's crossed the historic high or historic, low. It's sunk that deep to about 1,600 plus. And this is looking worrisome for most stakeholders and players in the sector, as you will. And for most Nigerians too, I want to know, first off, before we go any further, if this trend, comes across to you, Doctor, as worrying. Does it worry you? Doctor, are you there with us? Can you hear me? I reckon yes. Dr. Oyetunji has a little glitch with the connection there. Doctor, can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you now. Thank you.
Hear me. Did you get my question, Doctor?
Please, can you repeat again?
Will do, gladly. So I was asking what your thoughts are to get, a sense of, what you think about the current trend. So, we've seen the Naira lose a chunk of its value, well over half of it, and talking about specifically 70% of its value, having experienced persistent volatility throughout the course of the year, opening at 907 Naira to the dollar, and then, of course, getting to a historic low of over 1,600 Naira, see where. Many think of this as extremely worrying. Do you share that sentiment, Doctor? Go on.
Yes. Actually, just you rightly mentioned, it is increasing. Hello? So it is increasing. The Naira is depreciating day by day. This is because of the government agenda from its inception, where it was announced that subsidy shall be removed. The removal of subsidy has affected all phases of economy, because every aspect of economy is connected to transportation. So this has resulted to high transportation costs, and currently is affecting virtually everything. Coming to agricultural products, so taking the products from the farm to the market, very expensive, and this has been shifted onto the final consumers. If you talk of aviation, the same. If you talk of any area, so this is what one would have expected. The government, while coming in, should have first of all sat down, review, and check the impact it will have on people, both immediate and remote impact. And this will have been done, and they will have known the implications, who and who will be affected. Basically, it has affected the common man. Common man is finding it difficult to meet up. And of course, the Nigerian economy that is foreign dependent, it has seriously affected it. So the removal of subsidy, it has made everything so difficult, and the Naira that is being unified, the exchange rate that is being unified, all this compounded the problem. And right now, we can see how the inflation is going. An economy that is foreign dependent, an economy that is not that depends solely or virtually on almost everything being imported, will be affected by the exchange rate, and this has caused the inflation. Right now, we have inflation of about 25%. So it is very, very high, and it's increasing on daily basis. What people meet today is not what they get tomorrow. So it is indeed a problem.
All right. Now, Doctor, let's also get your thoughts on more of it here. This lingering issue, this FX liquidity crisis, has seen a lot of investors scamper off. You know, a lot of them are scared. They're not looking to bring their businesses here because every investor, regardless of what cadre, would want to see some sort of return, as it were. But you know, they're not doing that. It feels to a large extent, like, you know, pouring water in a basket, like they're throwing money in a hole. You know, we're not getting the requisite FDIs. What are your thoughts, Doctor, on the implications of this for the wider economy?
Currently, many foreign investors are not interested in investing in the Nigeria economy because there is policy somersault, there is corruption, there is institutional, you know, inefficiency. All these are problems that are really affecting people from bringing their investment into the country. What of insecurity? That is really a problem, and up to now it has not been tackled. Government seems to be trying all they could, but they are yet to get it right. And all this information filter to people here and there. So who would like to bring his money into a country that is not stable politically, economically, and even security-wise? So these are the factors people check when they are coming into a country to invest. So, and then people check some other things, like if you check from Obasanjo, you will see that the economic growth was 6.9. During Jonathan, Yaradua, it was 6%. During Goodluck Jonathan, it rose to 6.3%. If you check during Muhammadu Buhari, it was 1.1. This current government met it from 2.5 to 3%. And people keep seeing a downward trend in the economic growth. Then they look at another index, which is inflation. Inflation keeps rising. If you look at during Obasanjo, we had single digit, which was 5.4%. During Yaradua, it was 10.7%, although there was a world financial problem. And during Jonathan, it was between 8 and 12%. During Muhammadu Buhari, it was 21.9%, and currently is 25%. When people check your economic stability based on the economic growth, they look at the inflation. This is a discouraging factor. And this is an area that every government desires to tackle. So up to now, they are trying, although this current government, we can say, well, it is too early to say what will happen. But at any rate, the short-term effect is not really good, because the inflation is really going higher and higher. All these are factors that will discourage foreign direct investment. If people would like to attract foreign investors, we must check in this area. There must be economic stability, there must be political stability, there must be low inflation rate, then, and some other factors. So these are things that government will need to really work on very sincerely and seriously if foreign investors will be attracted.
All right, Doc. Let's talk about our macroeconomic challenges, which We've just highlighted a bit of it. That seems to be the major crux of our matter. But by the way, our inflation rate is at 32.70%. But away from that, now this lingering macroeconomic challenges, have led to the shift in investor confidence. At this point, we don't particularly worry about whether or not we'll find our way out of it. What the concern right now is whether or not, we're not going to see an exacerbation of the already worse situation by some of the, implementation of the policies, both on the monetary side and the fiscal side. What are your thoughts? And all of
Well, the one thing about this country is that we should be able to study based on historical perspective to see what are the approaches, the economic policies that had been used and they are working. And then we look for how we can really, improve upon that. Like I mentioned, this government started from the intention to restructure the economy, even though the approach could have been gradual and could have been done in a way that the effect will not be as high as it is on people. If you look at during the Obasanjo era, you look at what Soludo did, you will see that the banking sector was strengthened due to recapitalization. Those who could not recapitalize, they ended up merging, and we had stronger economy. And you could see the work on foreign debt, because during Obasanjo, 18 billion US dollars were gotten to as debt relief. So, and foreign reserves increased. So we will be expecting things like this to happen. But unfortunately, what happened with the subsequent regimes, things were getting worse and worse and worse. Probably this is as a result of who and who are we putting in positions. Do they actually have what it takes to handle specific assignments that are being given to them? So you can see Okujuwala, it was during Obasanjo and during Jonathan. And of course, you could see the performance. Currently, we will have expected things like this to replicate itself. And of course, from the feelers that we are getting from the social media, that Mr. President is trying to see how he can reshuffle his cabinet, that some are not performing. Now, during the last Nigeria Economic Society, it was explained about who and who are we putting in positions to really man specific areas. Some institutions are considered as economic institutions, something like CBN. What will you stop anyone to say that you will not put an economist in that place? Because take for instance, it is not a slight on anybody. If you are talking, if you check it with what happened with the last regime, who was a banker, so if you check at it, you will look at, apart from when you are introducing fiscal policy, monetary policy, you need to check what will be the implications on people. It is not about introducing all these policies, it is about checking the implications of people. So government will have the intention, okay, we want to see that the economy improves, we want to see that the welfare of people will increase, all these things that you are talking about. When you are bringing out your policy, what will be the implications of these policies? And for these policies to really work effectively well, you need experts in those areas to handle some of these things, and if possible, an economic team that will be able to bring out the implications on some of these matters. The bottom line is that when we look at the trend, we will see that the quality of people that came in from regime to regime, we could see improvement. And we will be expecting that this current government will replicate the same and make sure that experts are brought in to be able to address some of these challenges. Most of these challenges, they all border on economic policies that we are introducing into the system. Some of these economic policies, they ought to have been checked. What will be the implication? Just like the subsidy that was removed. You remove the subsidy, you did not look at the implications. And these implications are now coming. Government are talking of, okay, let us do palliative, let us do this. Some of these palliatives, they go along with the old system. And we know that our economy, because of corruption, some of these things will not be effectively handled. So we need to study other economies.
Dr. Oyetunji, can you hear me? Dr.
Yes,
Oyetunji, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I wanted to follow up on, the part or the role that the central bank has played so far, in efforts to shore up the naira, as you were, and also to curb inflation, which is, astronomically high these days. A couple of weeks ago, the MPC raised the benchmark interest rate again by another 50 basis points. This came, against the expectations of many, as you were, but as yet, some experts seem to think that it hasn't particularly yielded much fruit, while some think that it's, a temporary discomfort for the greater good. In your view, do you think it was a smart decision, or do you think it was a decision made a little too hasty and perhaps out of order? What are your thoughts, Doctor?
Well, the point is that when you are fixing the inflation rate, what are the basis for fixing it? Because the economy will play its own game. So the issue is that some of these things that they fix, when we align it with the reality, do they actually reflect the reality? The answer is no. The answer is no. Some of these figures are being introduced to give impression that things are improving, things are moving well, but go to the market, check the market. Is it a reflection of what is being reported? So it means that it will help us if we can be sincere with what we are doing. And that will equally help Mr. President if the truth is being revealed to Mr. President and the economic team, so as to know what type of policies to introduce, or what kind of amendments to be made to ensure that things are working well. If you go to the market, you will see a mismatch. So the matching principle is not really being followed. So unfortunately, it's like those fixing the figure, they are doing their own to impress the government, whereas the reality in the market is totally different. And the people are crying, and that's the main thing.
All right. Now, still talking about the CBN, or still staying with the CBN, let's talk about this self-same hawkish stance or hawkish policy by the CBN. Now, we've seen that particular action, leading to more interest by investors, or on the part of investors, with regards to, our treasury bills. It's made the fixed income market more attractive or more lucrative, so to speak. So it's like they're going after hot money as opposed to foreign direct investment. That's led to a boost in the former as opposed to the latter. Is this a good thing for us?
Hello?
Doctor, can you hear
Your
me?
last question, please. Yes, your last question.
Was that the CBN's hawkish stance? We've just talked about the fact that a couple of weeks ago they increased the benchmark interest rate. So I'm saying, or I'm asking your thoughts with regards to some of the knock-on effects of that particular action. So as far as the fixed income market is concerned, or if you like, our treasury bills are concerned, it's gotten some investors more interested in that as opposed to foreign direct investment. So it's the case of one being interested in hot money as opposed to the latter. And it's, it's helped us significantly boost yields, as you were. Is this a good thing for us? Is this something to be, excited about? Or is it just another ordinary reaction to what has already been done? Or, another ordinary reflection of what has already been done? What are your thoughts?
Well, let's look at the issue of a treasury bill. When you are talking about treasury bill, it's a way of mopping up the cash, the liquidity from circulation. And of course, people will like to buy treasury bills when probably there are no investments into which you can put your money. Because if you check the return on treasury bill, it is so little. That will only work for those who do not have business ideas or who do not have the intention to invest into into some to go into some investments. So the treasury bill that we are talking about, if you look at during the regime of Buhari, during Jonathan, treasury bill was like 10%, and a lot of people who I could remember when I was in with the National Automotive Design Development Council. Some people got our loan. They got the loan at 7%, at 5%. Do you realize that some of them sold off some of these products and invested in treasury bill, so that they already see that the difference between 5% and 10%, they have already made 5% gain. Then during Muhammadu Buhari, what they did was to increase, to reduce it drastically. That discouraged people from putting their money into the treasury bill, especially those who have investment, consciousness. When you invest into the economy, you boost the economy. You increase the economic growth. You generate employment, and the totality of that will help the economy to grow. So treasury bill, as you are talking about, is something that needs to be discouraged. Yes, you can do it if you feel that there's too much money in the circulation, but it's something that you should discourage. But rather, what you should do is encourage investment. And how do you encourage investment? By reducing the interest rate to a level, to a single digit, if possible. Of course, the banks cannot do that, because they will check at what rate did they get the money. They cannot give the money out as loans at a lower rate when they got it at a higher rate. They are out there to make profit. So for me, most of the policies that we bring out, they brought them out with the aim to address the economic challenges. But you discover that at the end of the day, we don't really get to the solution that we desire.
Doctor, if you could kindly sit by, we'll take a very short break and we will continue the conversation. We've been talking about the country's FX crisis and its implications on the economy, as well as what it's doing for investors' confidence. We'll continue after this really short break. Stay with us.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. You're still watching Market Insights on SOUQ News Television this morning, and we're talking about the implications of the country's FX crisis on the market as well as on investors' confidence. And we've been talking with Dr. David Oyetunji. He's a seasoned economist, fellow certified chartered accountant and auditor, former director, Finance and Accounting, National Automotive Design and Development Council, NADDC. Now, Doctor, to continue with the conversation and our train of thought before the break, there's been some, optimism amongst the class of experts or some stakeholders, as the case may be, who seem to believe that the weak Naira poses some opportunity or has embedded in it some opportunity still as far as competitive exports is concerned. In fact, the CBN governor himself seems to believe that it will enhance export competition or export competitiveness and giving local importers an edge in the market. What do you reckon?
Well, that is a valid thought, but you have to check the reality. Like, if your economy is an export dependent, it will definitely help you. It means you will be able to sell most of your products, and that will increase your foreign earnings, and your foreign reserve too will be increased. So all this, it is for economy that is export dependent. But unfortunately, our economy is import dependent. And we rely mostly on oil, which is the price of which is externally determined. If you check part of what affected Jonathan towards the tail end, it was the crash of oil prices that affected Jonathan during that period. So if you look at the issue of war that is happening in the Middle East, you will say it's an opportunity for it, but unfortunately, it is externally determined. What do we have to sell? That is the question. We're supposed to embark on industrial revolution and development. All our industries ought to be, revamped. We're supposed to create industrial growth. It is when we do all this, then things can work. If you look at Germany, they rely mostly on export, and they make sure that they meet standard. In our own case, what exactly do we depend upon? Under normal circumstances, you know that your economy is weak, you know that you don't have money, but you are carrying so many things simultaneously. you want to do them. Why can't you do specialization? You can say that, okay, we want to rely on development of product A and B as export in addition to that of oil. Okay, we have a lot of mineral resources. Can we concentrate on these mineral resources in the next 1 or 2 years? Whether it's gold you want to talk about, we have it in abundance around Zamfara and some other places. The problem with us is that we are like jack of all trades, master of none. So it is a valid point, and that point can only work if you have what to export. So what exactly are we exporting? Majorly, our export is the is oil, and some of the things that people are consuming, we again import them. Whatever you get from that foreign exchange, you will still utilize it to pay for what you are importing. So it is something that it has to be with bringing together experts that will really look at it roundly and be able to advise. Some of the things we say, they are just the position of the theories, the principles, but what of the reality? Is in line with the reality? The answer is no. And that is why we continue to have problems.
Doctor, speaking about realities and speaking about theories and practicability of certain policies, the World Bank, and even the IMF too, have come under some harsh criticism lately by some stakeholders, rolling out their theories, one theory after the other, to govern, so to use that word, the economics of Nigeria as it's constituted. As a matter of fact, lately they've talked about, what we're going through now, what policies are in place right now, maintaining said reforms for a 10 to 15 year period. And some experts are saying, listen, you cannot measure us with the same, tape rule or tape measuring rule, as you will, yardstick, as some other countries, because, the fingers are not equal. And then your reforms over the years, or your suggestions for reforms over the years, haven't particularly positioned Nigeria as an economic power on the global stage as yet. So why should we still believe in your your gospel, or believe in your theories, as the case may be? Can you speak to that, Doctor, very, very quickly in a few words?
Well, you see, even if you get a policy from IMF and World Bank, it is expected that you come back home and domesticate it. It may not work exactly the way they have said. So you have to customize it, you have to domesticate it, you have to look at your own environment and then adapt whatever policy that you are talking about. Sometimes one area you come up with very good policy. In another area, you use that policy to scatter the one that has been well thought of. Take, for instance, when India, they wanted to develop their automotive industry. What they did is that from the top government to the lowest person, you must buy the locally produced vehicles, which is Maruti. In this country, we kept on bringing the manufacturers, the assemblers, and it's the same thing in some other sectors. At the same time, we will go and import. Then how do you help those who are in your country to grow? Which economy are you helping? You will see it is counterproductive. And that is the situation. Now, this government, they started with by saying things are bad, then let us stabilize the economy using this policy The fear of many is that, will they be consistent? Will it be that when the new government comes in, they will follow up? Is something that nobody is sure of. And then, even as they are doing it, how are we sure that we will not suffer today and tomorrow we suffer more? Because that has been the experience. What everybody wants is that whatever policy you are bringing, let's see that that policy does not exclude anybody, is from the top to the down. Say, for instance, now we are all experiencing hardship. Check the National Assembly. What is the value of the vehicles being used? From where did these vehicles were imported? What happened to our local industries? If we had patronized them, what do you think will happen to the job creation they are talking about? You are talking of job creation, but you are not supporting those who are operating within your economy. Then you are talking of forex becoming volatile, and yet you keep on importing rather than using the money that you have to develop your local industries, and then you reduce your import, and this will have helped the economy. So, by and large, until we become conscious of the fact that the new policy that we want to introduce, how is it going to affect the ones that are already in existence?
Doctor, thank you very much. And it's been pretty interesting talking about your thoughts, especially the last two remarks that you made, which seems very telling as far as what we're going through right now is concerned. But we do appreciate your time. Many thanks, Dr. David Oyetunji, for joining us on the program this morning. Thank you indeed very much for making our time to speak with us. Dr. Oyetunji is a seasoned economist, a fellow certified chartered accountant and auditor. He is the proprietor, governing school board chairman to Unity International School and USCICT Power Hub. He's also a former director, finance and accounting, beg your pardon, National Automotive Design and Development Council, NADDC. He's joined us this morning to talk about the issue on the table. As I mentioned, he did make a very salient point in his last couple remarks, where he spoke quite extensively about Nigeria undertaking a major industrial revolution where we become a master of something that, you know, we would be known for besides oil and gas as our main export, our mainstay, as he were. We do a lot, according to him, and that is quite also factual. We do a lot. We export a number of things. In fact, exports by category, besides the mainstay, which is oil and gas, is rubbers, coffee, plastics, miscellaneous and other edibles, as he were. But still, we seem to be making very little strides as opposed to giant strides. So if perhaps, maybe we became a master in a particular aspects besides our mainstay now, we may just see a shift, a paradigm shift, a huge one that is, may I add, in our revenue boost and, overall outlook of our economy. So he does make a very salient point about us being a major, or rather undergoing a major industrial revolution, which would be key to our transformation, or key to the transformation of our economic lot. We need to sell more, we need to produce more, we need to export more. Therein lies our one of the solutions to our problems, being a specialized country, or if you like, a specialized nation, specializing in producing a particular commodity or a particular, good and service, whether it's, in the automotive sector, in the power sector, whatever it is. It does seem like him, like many other experts and economists and analysts, have more or less said the same thing. But whether or not we're going to see that happen in this administration, that is yet to be seen. But that's it on the program this morning. Many thanks for joining us, but we wouldn't leave until we let you in on what it looks like on the forex market today. So far, the Naira is exchanging to the dollar today at 1,667 Naira. But to give you a recap of what it's been like during the course of the week, we saw it sitting at 1,612 Naira on Monday and Tuesday, 1,657 Naira on Wednesday, 1,629 Naira, and yesterday, Thursday, 1,640 Naira. So that's pretty much what it's looked like so far during the course of the week on the official, or rather at the official market. Many thanks again for watching today's episode of Market Insight. Let's do this again Monday at the same time. Do have a fantastic weekend, but stay tuned. At the top of the hour is the news update, and after that, at 1 p.m., SOUQ Sports comes your way. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
Designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep watching
SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found this route in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
The city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. because of its peculiar location connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria. It is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17 May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Furs, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion in 2005. During the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with Duke Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IATO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope and trust in the future, Eagle plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of his crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, this dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contracts and based revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains, philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Deacon Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, Choiseul, based in France, topping the ranks of the Choiseul 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch a Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Ego remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Igor Charles Sanomi.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era, where the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the Outer Marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
We are not playing because Ebin Power, Ebin Power. Why? Money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. Must be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because
the cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating costs and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy, coupled with the devaluation of the naira, has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative, as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, argue the wire people.
President Tinubu, they can help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
They cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But they still live up now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. Why? The whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced. Most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forex scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
Well, I'm Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student in PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period of teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobi Obiegbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Demola Badejo was the secretary, I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I see it now, may God help Nigeria with the kind of politicians who are around now. There's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoiko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yeah, you're right. I'm an Omoiko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, serve all the breeze, eat fruits, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawani Street. She was working at Lut as a nurse then, and this man went to, she thought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny. In Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. Just shortly after that, he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. Because the guns were so many. after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Morocco, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner of Morocco. Morocco was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. She had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimoi. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali, and he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first Imam, Chief Imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Baile of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olayakshemoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Manuel. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank. And she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Maoko, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive there. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Maoko in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Maoko. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think possibly for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Maoko has a lot of resources. Maoko is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Maoko to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Maoko. Oh, Maoko is a slum. Maoko, they are living on water. Maoko, no, there are so many good things about Maoko. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Maoko. As far as Lagos is concerned, Maoko is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Maoko for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Maoko, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Maoko. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Maoko is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Maoko today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that as usual, people will say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to... They have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they throw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Maoko, all the children in Maoko will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Maoko that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Maoko environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Maoko. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, at the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation spots. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money. They were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family. And we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. We could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And then, as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this, but the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? It belongs to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, he cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. The initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls it? He said, government. Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said, go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he said, raining abuses and invectives of me. This is head of armed robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? So and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy, will see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were two DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, but you two, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was I brought sanity, but it didn't erase off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of, is late now, the Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember, I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Al-Fatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were all cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, be an oba, be a bale, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves otumbas, even taking the post of oba or bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. And I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. The finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold ₦1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, ₦1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, you said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person we said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, we should be focused upon. Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they'll come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that he should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
Right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked me? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend, Tokubolo Ontoba, was the one covering the barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifo. I said, look,
for different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
remains Charlie Montero. I welcome you fans, enthusiasts, pundits to today's edition of SOUQ Sports. We are going to run 45 minutes on this show, and I have a guest with me. Well, it's no longer a guest, it's now a familiar face. I will allow him to introduce himself. I still remain Charlie Montero, and with me is...
my name is Brown, and he's always glad to be here back again to talk about sports. Well, Wednesday was actually a boom. I expected what I expected anyway. What I was expecting, I did see then from the Nigerian Premier League to the national, international scene. So I mean, it's actually okay to be here, and we are looking forward to the weekend, which is also always upon us now, and just 2 days away for us to welcome back the Premier League and all other leagues.
Yes, just like you said, we will be welcoming the league fixtures. But before that, we will look into the Flamingos. The Nigerian women's national team, known as the Flamingos, kicked off their campaign in the FIFA Women's Under-17 World Cup with an impressive 4-1 victory against New Zealand on Wednesday at the CFSC Stadium. The Flamingos showcased their attacking prowess by scoring 3 goals in the first half, setting the tone for a commanding performance. Shakirat Mashoud, Khadijat Adegoke, Friday Abdulwahab, and Taiwo Afolabi all contributed to the scoreline, while Hannah and Saxon netted a consolation goal for the New Zealand. The Nigerian Flamingo star Taiwo Afolabi's performance is the team's victory over New Zealand has earned her the Player of the Match award. Taiwo Afolabi also, who was outstanding in the World Cup game, won the award for their influential role in midfield and for scoring the 4th goal of the encounter. The other group match, Ecuador emerged victorious against the host nation, the Dominican Republic winning 2-0. The Flamingos now look ahead to their next challenging encounter against Ecuador, scheduled for Saturday. Now, an outstanding performance by the Under-17 women's team, and it's really mind-blowing. I didn't expect that they would go all the way to 4. I was capping it at 2-1. My prediction was 2-1, 2-0. Well, I didn't expect them to score 4, but it's really outstanding to see these girls dominate the game like the way they did. What is your take out from that game?
Well, I would say first of all, congratulations to them. I mean, 4-1. In the first half, they were 3-0 up, and it's an amazing game, I would say, for the Flamingos. And like one name that stood out there, Taiwo Afolabi, who has been amazing for the Flamingos of Nigeria. She has been amazing, picking the ball from the midfield and everything, playing box to box and everything. So I feel like they should continue like this. I mean, it's a wake-up call. They are doing amazingly well with the coach and everything. So I mean, 4-1, I was not expecting anything less. Like you said, I mean, 2-0. It's not really bad to shock everyone. So I mean, when I saw the game 3-0 first half, I was like, okay, this is how to make a statement.
It's a convincing.
Yes, it's how to make a statement in a game that you did not come to play. You actually came for the tournament. You came for this match. I mean, 3-0 win. You don't actually get that every time in a football game. So I mean, kudos to the Flamingos of Nigeria.
And
nice
we've always talked about how the under-17 category, both for men's and for and the women's football, is always where we flourish. It's kind of where we we get it right. So, and then there's a distinction between under-17, then the under-21s, and the professionals. I mean, why is it, what, from your own point of view anyway, why do you think that is?
Well, I feel like it's lack of, let's say, building and formation, because if you look at other teams like Argentina, Portugal, and let's say, if you look, there's this kind of progressive transition, like from the under-17 to their under-21, top to the national team. So I think if you look at our senior team now, you hardly find players that played the under-17 that transition, just like, aside the fact of Victor Osimhen and just 1 or 2 players, you hardly find players that, transition from that under-17. During the days of Victor Osimhen in the 17, we have Wakale, Victor Osimhen, Yahaya, Muhammad, and the likes of them in the 17. But then where are they now? So that's the problem. I think that's the problem we have in Nigeria. They did amazingly well during the under 17, but the inability of the Nigerian, the NFF, and everybody to groom these players to the top level is one thing that we lack. I mean, if you look at other teams, you will see that most of the players that played during their under 17, they find a way to groom them back to the under 20, 23, and to the senior team. So I feel like it's the kind of challenge we are having in Nigeria. If you can be able to find a way to solve that, it will go a long way to help us.
Because when you look at it, it's more or less like there's a gap. There's a gap and there's a loophole that we need to cover. So now looking at Ecuador, which is the next game for the Flamingos. Now, and if you look at the record of Ecuador, their under 17 women, they've played 5, lost 2, won 3. And against Nigerians' record, we've played 5, lost 2. Okay, I'm looking at in their last 5 games. They've lost 1, drawn 1, and won 3. Now, coming against this Ecuador team, who actually won their opening fixture in this under 17 World Cup. Now, what threats do you think they pose against the Nigerian side? We have seen that we have come out high flyers. We have, done the good stuff in the opening game. Now, how do we approach this next game? Or what do you think? How do you think we are going to come out on top in this next game? Let me put it like that.
Well, I feel like this is a 50-50 situation. The Ecuador team, they are not a walkover. It's not a write-off. Like you mentioned, they've played. It's almost the same thing with that of Nigeria. The Stars in the last 5 games, they've won 3, drawn, lost 2. Almost the same thing with that of Nigeria. So I think it's a 50-50 game. It's just the ability of Nigeria to approach the game with a different mindset. Now, what I always feel like, football, first of all, is being played here, up here. It's been played here. The motivation, the tactics, and everything is being played up here. The mindset you used to go into the team. Now, when you are playing, now you get to read the game as the game progresses. So if they are able to understand themselves and play against this Ecuador team, I feel like they are quite a match against the Ecuador side. It's not like they are untouchable or anything. So I feel like they are up to the task, talking about the Flamingos of Nigeria.
Well, the Ecuadorians have scored 2 goals without conceding a goal, and their opening fixture, that is. So we are hoping to see that our girls run out victorious at the end of this campaign, and we hope that they will go all the way, to winning the competition. But it's more like a competition that we can win. I mean, the only side that I feel will pose a threat will be the Spanish side, because they are outstanding. Every area of the team is well, I say, is flourishing with talent. But I don't see that as a deterrent for these girls, because they have the ambition, they have the determination, they want to win. They know how to win. They know how to play the game, which is the most important thing, knowing how to play the game. I see that their confidence is also high up there. So I wish them well as they run out to their second game, and I hope that they get the result that they want. Now, moving on, we'll be looking at Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, has provided clarification regarding the recent detention of the Super Eagles in Benghazi, Libya. The clarification was necessary following a misleading report by the Libya Observer claiming that Nigeria had issued an apology over the detention of the Super Eagles, which lasted for over 16 hours from Sunday to October 13 to Monday, October 14. The statement outlined that the Government of National Unity's CDA was summoned to the ministry to address the unfortunate incident, but diplomatic progress was limited during the meeting, with the acting charge of affairs, Ahmad Mohammed Matog Aboud, asserting that the matter fell under the jurisdiction of the Eastern government in Benghazi, not Tripoli, I beg your pardon. Furthermore, Minister Tuga clarified misinformation regarding the treatment of Libyan players in Nigeria by Lawedge, correcting the record without issuing an apology, as the claims were deemed inaccurate. Now, we've seen this case lingering in our news space over and over again. They've handed the issue over to CAF. The minister is coming out now to say that there was no apology issued by the Libyan government or the Libyan authorities for the illegal detention of these players. And we are seeing that nothing is being said from the Libyan side. Now, I feel like they are trying to say that they are right, that there is no wrongdoing from their end, which everyone is clear as day to everyone that they actually purposely detained those players. I mean, look at the rackety balls that they brought to come pick the players to the venue, of which they said was going to host the match. And I don't understand why they are going back and forth with this. But we can understand where the minister is coming from, protecting his players. And what do you make out of all of this?
Well, I feel like this is just instead of playing his whole game, as like you just mentioned, they handed it over to CAF. CAF should just do their thing. I mean, if there is a punishment, whether there is an apology or not, yes, you are supposed to apologize for that kind of thing. But whether the apology is coming or not, the punishment that's supposed to be meted out to this particular kind of situation should be done. I mean, there's no need for you to be keeping players for over 16 hours, knowing fully well that they have a match on Monday or I think Tuesday. So I feel like whether you apologize or not, which I think is necessary for you to do, the deed has been done, and CAF should just take it off from there and do whatever they deem fit, the punishment they deem fit for this kind of situation.
Well, moving to the MPFL, Super Eagles of Nigeria captain Ahmed Musa led former Nigerian Premier Football League Cup champions Kano Pillars to stunning reigning champions Enugu Rangers at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium in Enugu. During the thrilling midweek MPFL clash in the southeast, Kano Pillars scored 4 goals in the first 46 minutes against Rangers, who couldn't make any effective response until the second half of the encounter. Ahmed Musa made it 4-0 in favor of the visitors in the additional minutes of the first half after providing an assist and being fouled in the penalty box to grab a spot kick for his team. There are now some quarters calling for his return to the national team, especially the Chan Eagles. Has he earned his rights to come into the Premier League? I mean, come back into the national team, I beg your pardon, because he has scored 3 goals now in 3 games for Kano Pillars. We have seen he's an instrumental player in their campaign this season. His goal contributions are evident to those claims. But is it really a good idea now to infuse him or bring him back into the national team? I mean, the national team is doing well at the moment. We have Chukwueze on the right. We have Ademola Lookman. What dynamism, if I'm allowed to say, does he bring to the team? Because the team already has a lot of flair players, a lot of wing players. Now, what dynamism does he bring to this national team side?
Well, I feel like if first of all, good game, I would say. If you do recall, last time I did mention that I'm looking out for that game, Enugu Rangers versus Kano Pillars, and it did not prove me wrong. It came out, 7-goal thriller. Nice game, 4 goals in the first half, and kudos to Enugu Rangers. Yes, they lost, but they did not just allow the 4 goals to weigh them down. They came back up to 3 goals, and they couldn't equalize. But then, talking about Ahmed Musa, I think he has done his part for the Super Eagles. If he's going to be brought into the Super Eagles, it's not going to be as a player, but maybe as some kind of technical advisor or some kind of motivation for the players, like having that kind of senior player in the team, not to play, but also to give his own idea, throw his own input and everything in the game, but not to, bring him in, just like saying Brazil should bring back the likes of Thiago Silva into their game. I mean, Brazil has moved forward from that, so he can come in as maybe a player coach, to give that advices to the defense and everything. So I feel like he might not be left out. He can still be brought into the Super Eagles or Chan Eagles to, put in his own advice and everything. I love the fact that he's playing for Kano Pillars, which we hardly see most Nigerian national players
bringing the
drive home and everything. So you hardly see it from Nigeria top players. Most of them, they resign and they just move away from there and go ahead with their life. So coming back to play for the home base is something important that we should all applaud. So I feel like when going forward, they can actually bring him as maybe in charge of the home base players. If I should come towards that side, he can just be in charge of coordinating the home base players, since he is here in Nigeria and he's also playing for Kano Pillars.
We have also seen that he's still the captain of the Super Eagles.
Yeah.
In absentia, given that Truce Ekong is the second captain.
Yeah.
And we have seen the kind of media attention that he has been able to attract to Kano Pillars because of his presence. Just alluding to what you said, that when international players are done exploring out there, I mean, give 2 years, 3 years, come and play for your
Yes.
home-based teams and encourage them. I mean, you can see that there's much
I mean,
life in Pillars right now. They're now playing with much enthusiasm now, and you can back them to win whenever they step in the pitch, regardless of who the opponent is. I just feel like others should be able to mirror
yes, emulate what he's doing. And
emulate what he's doing.
I mean, it's done outside. I see most players, when they are retiring, they just retire in their home country. So I, mean, I don't know why our own case will be different. So I mean, if the likes of Osimhen is not be bad, if he's going to retire, he comes back to Lagos, maybe Ikorodu City, play for them, and before he retires, the likes of Lukman, all of them, before he retires, it will give the Chukwueze, before you retire, it will give the league more kind of entertainment to move forward.
Something different, and a lot of more attention will be given to the local leagues, and a lot of eyes will now want to say, okay, what is he doing there? How is it? And when you now return the favor by scoring goals,
I mean,
it gives it more juice.
Yeah, make it more juicy.
Yes. Now, so the other games in the MPFL during the midweek, Sunshine Stars head coach Kennedy Boboye has attributed the team's disappointing 3-0 defeat to Kwara United during the Wednesday matchday fixtures to the poor condition of the pitch at the Kwara Sports Complex in Ilorin. In a statement released by Sunshine Stars media team, Kennedy Boboye expressed his observations regarding the field's bushy state, which he believes hindered his players from executing the game plan effectively, particularly following their recent impressive performance against Rangers International. Now we'll be looking towards the results. You can see them up on your screen. The results of the midweek games. We had Lobby Stars versus El Kanami Warriors that ended 2-2 draw. Eyimba versus Niger Tornadoes also ended in a draw 1-1, each side scoring 1 goal. Nasarawa United versus Abia Warriors. Nasarawa United came up victorious, scoring 3 goals to 0 against Abia Warriors. Now, that game, everybody was backing, I would say, here in the studio, and a lot of people that I spoke to outside, they were backing Abia Warriors to actually pull a shock at Nasarawa United, but it didn't actually go as planned, or we did not play up to our expectations, because they are a side on form.
Abia Warriors.
Yes.
I feel like there's this problem I've noticed with Abia Warriors since last season. They always blow hot and cold. They are not that consistent. It's not like we can count on Abia Warriors to deliver when it matters the most. So if they can maintain consistency with their winning ways, they have always been blowing hot and cold. But I would say, nice game from Nasarawa United. I mean, at home, they had the home advantage and everything, and they were able to, the only disappointment I have from Abia was that they were not able to, pull off at least a goal in the game. But 3-0, disappointing result for them. It's just for them to go back to the drawing board and find a way to, right the wrongs and, dot the I's and cross the T's and see how can they do better in the next game.
Yeah, and the weekend fixtures for the NPFL will be, you have 10 matches played on Sunday. We have Abia Warriors playing against Plateau United, Akwa United also going up against Rangers United. Heartland will be visiting Bayelsa United, and El Kanami Warriors will play host to Eyimba. Ikorodu City will be playing here at the Mobology Johnson Arena, playing host to Lobby Stars. Kano Pillars will also be playing host to Kwara United. Rivers United will be taking a trip to Niger Tornadoes. And Remo Stars, who are the league leaders, will be welcoming Bandel Insurance. Shooting Stars will play host to Castena United, and Sunshine Stars will be rounding up the weekend fixtures by playing host to Nasarawa United. And these are mouth-watering clashes that we should be looking out for. It's a pity that all 10 games will be played at the same time, 4 p.m., which is sad. I don't know why they would actually want to do this, because it was playing in my mind. Why play all 10 games by 4 p.m.? Yes, we understand that there was a midweek clash, there was a midweek fixture, and there was also a game on Thursday. Why not spread it out to another midweek, or play those that played on Wednesday? Why don't they play on Saturday
Sunday
or Saturday late fixtures? Then let the others play on. So why did they have to come? I mean, it also gives us issues with viewership. Like, how can I follow these games when all of them are playing at the same time? Which one do I leave to watch which, or how do I follow all these games? So I think they should address that.
Yes, I think the LMC, they are talking about the league management committee. They are kind of having issues when it comes to fixing matches. So far, I've followed their way of analyzing and fixing matches. Sometimes they don't give prior notice to a lot of things, and I feel like they have to do more. They have to do more, do better when it comes to their fixing of matches and everything. I mean, like you just mentioned, these players, they had games, midweek matches and everything. The best you can do is that it's not like stretching out the whole games. I mean, you have Saturday and Sunday. You can divide these games, different time frames and everything, so that people can get to see if they can watch it and everything. But then I feel like they also have their reasons to make the decisions. But I feel like they should do better next time.
Exactly. If you are listening, we hope that you can be able to do better, especially for us fans that want to enjoy and watch these games across all platforms. We hope that our local leagues will pick up in quality and everything that we hope for it, and mirror what all they are doing in Europe, and be able to bring us quality games in the comfort of our homes and also in the stadiums. And we'll be moving on to Europe. German tactician Thomas Tuchel has noted he aims to help England win the 2026 FIFA World Cup after sealing his appointment as the country's third foreign coach. Thomas Tuchel, who is 51, is expected to officially resume work as England's head coach on January 1st, 2025, and he is expected to remain in the position for 18 months. Tuchel succeeds Gareth Southgate, who stepped down after 8 years in charge following England's defeat to Spain in the Euros 2024 finals. Coming to English team, I mean, it's no more a surprise, or it's no more news that Thomas Tuchel will be taking in charge of the England team. But you see them winning the 2026 World Cup? It's a big mountain to climb, if you ask me.
Well, he made a big statement there. He made a big statement. We're going to help England win the 2026 World Cup. I mean, how is he going to pull that off? Well, it's all left for him. I mean, I don't want it to be like that of Ten Hag, where you say era comes to an end, and actually it's your own era that's coming to an end. I mean, you take things gradually. I mean, they did not give you, I don't think England gave him an ultimatum of winning the World Cup. Don't give yourself tasks that are way too big for you. I'm not saying it's not bad to dream big. I'm not saying it's too bad to dream big, but then, I mean, 2026 World Cup, we are not done with the qualifiers though. Yes, you are going to qualify, but then I feel like it's too much big of a task for him to start talking about now. We have not seen his game one. Maybe he has his tactics in mind, maybe he has his style in mind, but then let's just watch and see. For me, I feel like, I mean, he's just saying just to impress the media.
Coaches will say anything to the media, to keep their attention to themselves, but I don't see it as a big task that Thomas Tuchel cannot. But 2026 World Cup, I mean, he has not seen the team, he has not handled the team, and he's making this big statement. Yes, we have all seen, the quality of the England side. They have like-for-like replacements.
Yeah, for all position.
Every position.
Yeah.
And, they are one of the teams that you say they are contenders to win the title in any competition that they play. So
yes, on paper.
Yeah, on paper, yeah. But is it not, just like you said, a big mountain for him to climb? Well, it remains to be seen, really, if he can achieve that. And let's hope that he can back his talk with the work. Now we are going to the English Premier League, as the English Premier League has made changes to the 2024-2025 EPL season fixtures to ease the busy schedule in December 2024 and January 2025. The highly anticipated Merseyside derby between Everton and Liverpool has been rescheduled to take place on Saturday, December 7, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. West African time. Another rescheduled match includes Liverpool playing against Nottingham Forest on Tuesday, January 20, 2025 at 9 p.m. West African time. Arsenal's fixture against Brentford has been moved to Wednesday, January 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. West African time, and their game against Tottenham Hotspur will now be a late kickoff on Wednesday, January 15, 2025 at 9 p.m. West African time. Manchester City also will face Aston Villa as the league is looking to reschedule at Villa Park on Saturday, December 2025 on the 21st of December 2025 at 1:30 p.m. West African time, seeking to have overturned their previous 1-0 defeat. Now, Chelsea's match against Bournemouth has been rescheduled to Tuesday, January 14, 2025 at 8:30 p.m. West African time, providing an opportunity for both teams to showcase their skills. Manchester United will play Southampton on Thursday, January 16, 2025, before a return leg against Fulham on Sunday, January 2025, and at Craven Cottage, I beg your pardon. And also, Chelsea's match against Bournemouth has been rescheduled to Tuesday, January 14, 2025 at 8:30 p.m. West African time, providing an opportunity for both teams to showcase their skills. Manchester United will also play Southampton on Thursday, January 16, 2025, before a return leg against Fulham on Sunday, January 26, 2025 at Craven Cottage. Now, we'll be looking at the EPL fixtures for the weekend. We'll also pull up the La Liga fixtures, but we'll go on a short break, and when we do come back, we will dive into the fixtures for the weekend. Welcome back. Glad to have you stay with us and join us again. We'll be looking towards the EPL fixtures for the weekend. And for the first game, we'll have Tottenham host West Ham United. That game will be coming up at 12:30. We also have Fulham against Aston Villa, Ipswich against Everton, which is going to be a goal rush from 3 p.m. We have Manchester United versus Brentford, Newcastle United versus Brighton and Hove Albion. Southampton and Leicester City would be locking horns at the St. Mary's Stadium. AFC Bournemouth as well will be playing host to Arsenal. All these games will be coming to you tomorrow, 19th October, Saturday. And on Sunday, we will be having Wolverhampton play host to Manchester City. Liverpool, which is the game of the weekend, Liverpool, Chelsea will be locking horns at Merseyside. And also we'll be having Nottingham Forest play host to Crystal Palace. Now, coming to these fixtures, the highlight of that weekend game would actually be Liverpool versus Chelsea.
Yeah, everybody is looking out for that one. I mean, two
heavyweights,
two newbies. Will I say two newbies? Talking about Arne Slot and Enzo Maresca, Chelsea and Liverpool. Well, Liverpool at the Anfield up against a Chelsea side who, surprisingly, this season kind of picked up form and scoring some kind of goals. I think they have scored up to 27 goals this season. And also Liverpool, talking about Liverpool, they have actually been good. Mohamed Salah and Luis Diaz, who they have been phenomenal in front of goals. But it's going to be a very tough game for both teams. Liverpool having the home advantage and the noisy fans, and Chelsea trying to bounce back from that 1-0 draw against, I think, Bournemouth. Let's just see. For me, I think that it's a match. It's a game to watch. It's a match to watch. Liverpool up against Chelsea is a very big one to watch, and Liverpool wants to maintain that pace, that top ahead of Man City and Arsenal.
Yeah.
And Chelsea will try to close in the gaps. I mean, a win for Chelsea, I think we'll take them 17 points off, and let's see how hopefully Arsenal and then Bournemouth and Man City maybe drop points, which I don't think is going to happen. So, but one of the games that I'm going to look out for will be the game between Tottenham and West Ham, and also Leicester versus Southampton. It's a championship debut and a game I feel like Leicester have not really found their feet since they returned from the championship.
They have been proving stubborn, especially when they come against the top boys.
So I feel like they still have a lot of things to prove. They have not really been the Leicester, going back to the championship and coming back. They have not really been the same Leicester. So I feel like they have a lot, still to play out to, convince a lot of people that they are also in the game. I think they are also fighting to survive, leave that relegation zone and everything. But like I did mention, Tottenham versus West Ham is going to be another game that everybody will
being
look
a
at.
London derby.
Yeah, London derby. For Arsenal and Bournemouth, I feel like it's a win for Arsenal. The Mikel Arteta team, they have been very, very, very phenomenal and consistent. Yes, people might say they have not won the league, they have bottled the league twice in 2 seasons back to back, but then being able to be consistent in that manner where we have Pep Guardiola and his team, with that formidable team, being able to always be at their neck trying to, grab the title is not an easy race. So I think Arsenal still have something to fight for. Then we do have the Monday night game, that's on Monday 21st of October between AFC Bournemouth and
Nottingham Forest.
Nottingham Forest. And well, I feel like it's a good game, but Wolves versus City, I think it's a win for City because Pep, the team has not really been that amazing. Talking about Pep's side, always in the beginning of every league, every season, they seem shaky at the beginning, but as time goes on, they'll just bounce back. So I just feel like
I was going to, give you time to analyze this game one after the other, but since you have already run through it like a bazooka, I just wanted to point, looking at that Liverpool-Chelsea game.
Yeah.
Chelsea do actually have a chance taking all 3 points at Merseyside, because if you look at the last time Arne Slot's team lost in the league, it was coming back from a return from international break. Now, do you think that poses a threat? Because we saw Mohamed Salah limp off, in his last game for Egypt, and he's a very crucial player when it comes to Arne Slot's plan in that Liverpool, in that Liverpool team. Now, how do you think they are going to capitalize, given that a lot of Chelsea players didn't represent their team in international break? You would say, okay, maybe Noni Madueke.
I think the most important ones players did the likes of Noni Madueke, Kopama, Enzo Fernandez, Christopher Nkunku, Nicolas Jackson.
But you wouldn't compare it to a Colombia, Luis Diaz, or a Argentine. A lot of Liverpool players represent their side in international scene.
Yes.
So when you look at Malo Gusto, how many games did he play for France? For France? No, none. And we are hearing that the formidable
Reece James I don't think he's going to start.
He still brings up
an option for the team. Well, like you did mention, the game is for me, it's a 50-50. But some persons before, because as yesterday, I did some analysis in the game, interviewed some persons. They were like, some said Liverpool to win by 4-0, some said 3-1. But I feel like it's still a 50-50. It's an open play. But in as much as Liverpool are occupying the first position in the league, I think Chelsea are also a team to beat. Looking at their recent form with Enzo Maresca and how they play football, keeping the ball on the ground and playing a tactical style of football, and they scoring. As at last season, most of their goals were coming from Kopama, but you can see that they have options. Anybody can at least score. And if you notice, none of their defenders have actually scored this season, talking about Chelsea.
Yeah.
So they are actually doing well when it comes to up front. Yes, they missed a couple of chances, talking about Nicolas Jackson. I think it still boils down to the mindset to come into play with the game and also the tactics and the plan of the game. I also say the best team will win.
Now, looking at the game between Manchester United and Brentford, now going back in time, we've seen that Brentford have really posed a lot of threats against Manchester, especially at home. Now, if you look at the records in their head-to-head, you see that the last time they played in the last season, it was a 1-0 draw. And Manchester United in 2023 beat Brentford by just a lone goal, 2-1. And Manchester United also beat Brentford in the reverse fixture, 1-0. But Brentford beat Manchester United 4-0 at home. And also in the reverse fixture, Manchester United won 3-0. So if you look at that game, people often, look down on Brentford. But if you look at them this season, they start well. They start on the front foot. They get an early goal and they dominate the game until the other side decides to wake up. But there's always a downside to it because they don't finish well. They don't often finish well. But now looking at Manchester United that have played 5 and drawn 4 and lost 1 in their last 5 games. How do you think they will approach this game? Also, putting in mind, what was I say, the just concluded international break.
Yeah.
Especially Eric Ten Hag is under fire, for a performance change, for results at the moment. Now, how do you think they will approach this game? How do they approach this game?
Well, I don't think they are going to approach the game of that from the different ways they have been approaching it before, because I have not seen any change in the Manchester United team. Yes, Brentford might not be that big of a team or formidable team to play, but like you always say, in the past 3 games, they have always scored first, and it's always between 1 to 2 minutes. Yeah. So they have done it consecutively, twice in the past 3 games. So I feel like it's going to be a very tricky tie for Manchester United. It's going to be a very tricky game for them, in the sense that Brentford with Mbeumo and the likes, they are not that just a small team. You might just feel like they might not be the top 4 team or part of the top 6, but they are always proven to be stubborn. And always against Manchester United, the goal difference there is always 1. And the last time they defeated Man U, it was around 4 goals aggregate. So with what I've been seeing United do, nothing much is going to change in the game. They might be able to get a win, but it's not going to be a convincing win. It's just the normal United style of play, hoping that maybe they may get to sack Eric Ten Hag and get themselves a better coach. For now, I don't think like I'm going to expect Manchester United to run away with the whole 3 points. They might, but I'm not saying that is something that is a game that is a walkover for United, seeing the fact that they have been struggling in the past 5 games, 4 draws and 1 loss.
Now, moving forward, we'll be going to La Liga, where the fixtures for La Liga are on your screen right now, and we'll be seeing games between Real Madrid. We'll be visiting Celta de Vigo. We'll also see Barcelona play host to Sevilla, who are the league leaders. Barcelona is talking about Barcelona. We'll see games against Girona, playing host to Real Sociedad, and also Atletico Madrid playing host to Leganés. And it looks like a fairly exciting fixture, but it's more or less like what's it called? Game as usual, or everything will just go on as, because I don't see Leganés going to Atletico Madrid and pulling the upset, or Celta Vigo stopping Madrid with the whole fully rested Mbappe, who has not had any action in 2 weeks, who'll be coming in fresh with his mind in the right place and his head in the right place. Now, if you are asked to call the game between Real Madrid against Celta Vigo, what would you think?
Well, Real Madrid up against Celta Vigo, I mean, Celta Vigo is not actually a team to write off. Yes, I would say that they are not actually a team to write off. And I don't know if people will believe me in this or agree with me in this. Real Madrid have not only been outstanding since bringing in Mbappe. Everybody felt like, okay, Mbappe, Rodrigo, Vinicius is going to be a powerhouse, a force to reckon with. But then they are currently, I think, second or third in the La Liga, and nothing much from the team, nothing so convincing, like nothing out of the ordinary like the normal Madrid team we have been seeing. I think recently, they have had an issue with Mbappe, which are trying to sort out. I mean, I think the case of that, but I yet to confirm that. So for me, you don't just write off Celta Vigo. Yes, on paper, it's a win for Real Madrid, but then you don't write off Celta Vigo like that.
Now, looking at the Barcelona game is in Sevilla, which is always a tough one. We saw the reverse fixture, Barcelona coming up to win after Sevilla had gone ahead. So I don't know. This team, Barcelona team, they look like champions of La Liga at the moment, because we have seen them score 7 goals, we have seen them score 5 goals in the game. Now, do they look like a team that wants to win the league? Are they convincing enough to actually say, okay, yeah, they'll be taking the league at the end of the season?
Well, first of all, if the league ends today, Barcelona, they are champions of the league. Well, for them to be able to fight to be on top at this position, I don't think is something to write off or look away to. But I feel like Barcelona, they are building. For me, with the team they are kind of building. They brought in Dani Olmo, Lamine Yamal, and the likes. I feel like the Barcelona team is kind of building, trying to find the perfect tactics that suit the team. So for me, but amidst the building phase they are going through, they have tried to maintain some kind of consistency in their game.
Yeah.
Yes, they might not be that convincing in keeping clean sheet and everything, but Barcelona, if you look at it, whether you like it or not, whether you want to accept it or not, they have actually been a better team to watch than Madrid. I'm going to say that
more exciting,
more exciting to watch.
The attacking player.
Yes, and entertaining. We having Lamine Yamal, Lewandowski, Rafinha, and the likes, coming together to bring something. There is no outstanding player that you are going to call in Barcelona that okay, I'm looking out for this player. He's gonna days for Lionel Messi, or you're looking out for Neymar. There's not that big name. I would say Lewandowski is not that like one of the toppest strikers you will call.
He scored a hat-trick, leading up to the...
I mean, Jackson also scored a hat-trick. Madueke scored a hat-trick. So hat-trick nowadays is only prohibited at Manchester United. It's hard for you to score a hat-trick at Manchester United.
Right. So that is, yeah. So every Manchester United fan watching out there, he said it, not me. I'm with you guys on this. I mean, try and score a hat-trick and let people like him, shut up.
But then... Barcelona, they are actually doing well for themselves so far. So I'm not going to write them off. Saying that, okay, they are champions or they are going to be champions. Yes, I would say that they are contenders for the trophy this season. But then I would say it's kind of too early. Let's just watch as things progress.
Well, we'll be watching the progress also in Serie A, as Napoli seem to be right at the top of the standing, followed closely by Juventus, Inter Milan, and International, and AC Milan. Well, I don't know if we'll be able to get the fixtures on our screen, but Como will be playing host to Parma today, and we'll also see tomorrow's fixtures. Genoa will be playing host to Bologna, AC Milan welcomes Udinese, Juventus will be playing host to Lazio, and Napoli would go all the way to Empoli, which is also like a derby, an inland derby. Lecce will be playing host to Fiorentina, Venezia will be playing host to Atlanta, Inter will be going all the way to AS Roma, the capital of Italy, and Verona on Monday will be playing host to Monza. For me, the outstanding fixture would be Empoli versus Napoli, because that is more or less like the biggest derby in the weekend in Serie A at the moment.
Not taking away Juventus against Lazio.
No. I wouldn't write those. I was coming to that, but I just wanted to look at the history behind the game.
Yeah.
Empoli, because obviously you first talk about the derbies because they are more or less
the
hot clashes of the weekend.
Well, we do have, it's quite a mouth-watering fixtures lined up for the weekend in Italian Serie A. I just hope that it gives us what watching, and like you said, Napoli, they are occupying the first position, and hopefully we are going to see Napoli. They have actually been trying their best this season, doing well. Conte without Victor Osimhen, and Chifa Kvaratskhelia has also been trying his best. So I feel like it's an open play for them, 50-50. They should just maintain their pace, maintain consistency with the radical Conte and everything. Lukaku, I mean, he has been doing well in the absence of Victor Osimhen. So I don't think they are missing him that much, but the Napoli side, they are actually doing well.
Well, when you talk about doing well, another club that is doing well, which is not surprising in the Bundesliga, is Bayern Munich, asserting their position as the biggest club in the German Bundesliga at the moment. They are sitting pretty at the top of the league with 14 points from 6 games. And close to them, with no much difference, is Leipzig, who also boast of 14 points in 6 games. And if you're looking at their fixtures, for the first game of the weekend, we'll be having Dortmund playing host to St. Pauli, and also Bayern Leverkusen will be welcoming Eintracht Frankfurt. Hoffenheim will be playing Bochum. Freiburg will be playing host to Augsburg. Mainz welcome Leipzig. Mönchengladbach welcomes Heidenheim. Stuttgart will be going all the way to Munich to play Bayern, and Holstein Kiel will be also playing host to Union Berlin. And to round up that fixture on Sunday, we'll be having Wolfsburg play Werder Bremen. Mouth-watering fixtures, and we also, in the reverse fixture of Bayern Munich versus Stuttgart last season, we saw Stuttgart go there and actually blow Bayern Munich away. We did not expect that fixture, and we did not expect the outcome. No, we expected the fixture, but we didn't expect the outcome, Bayern Munich was a team on form. Harry Kane just bagged in 4 goals in the Champions League before that game. And they slumped. They literally slumped at home against Stuttgart. And it wasn't surprising, given that they were, going through managerial change and all of that. But now we see that companies are the helms of affairs, and we hope that there will be something different. Without dwelling too much, we'll be going to the French Ligue 1. And what an exciting match fixtures we'll be having. Well, for today, we'll be having Brest host Rennes, Saint Etienne will be also, welcoming Lens, and PSG will be playing host to Strasbourg tomorrow. And for me, it's like the highlight of the game, of the weekend fixtures in Ligue 1. So we'll be calling it a wrap on the fixtures, and we would also moving forward and by saying that the 20-man shortlist of footballers for the 2024 Golden Boy Award has been made public. The Golden Boy Award is dedicated to rewarding the best footballers under the age of 21, and players that can only win this once in their career, according to the 2024 nomination released on Thursday. Players such as Lamine Yamal of Barcelona, Kobe Mainoo of Manchester United, Arda Güler of Real Madrid, and Samuel Omodeon of Porto are in contention for the prestigious award. The winner will be announced at a ceremony in Turin on December 17. Now going over to tennis, Rafael Nadal says he feels emotional, prepared for ending his career at next month's Davis Cup final, but the Spaniard will only contest the singles if he is ready to win. The 22-time Grand Slam champion announced last week that he will retire from tennis after representing Spain in Malaga, where the Davis Cup will be held from 19th to 24th November. Nadal, 38, is currently competing at the Six Kings Cup Slam exhibition event in Saudi Arabia, while Novak Djokovic for the final time on Saturday. After losing his semi-final 6-3, 6-3 to compatriot Alcaraz, who he partnered in doubles at the Olympics and could do so again at the Davis Cup, Nadal will meet Djokovic in the third-place match. The Serbian, the only man to have won more slams than Nadal with 24, was beaten 6-2, 6-7, and 6-4 by world number 1 Jannik Sinner, who will face Alcaraz for the $6 million prize money. British number 1 Katie Boutler was knocked out of the Ningbo Open in straight sets by Beatrice Haddad-Maia. World number 10 Haddad-Maia completed a 7-6, 7-2, 7-5 victory to reach the quarterfinals, where she will play Spain's Paula Badoza. The 6th seed dominated a first set tie-break following an even start, and he broke Butler in the 11th game of set 2 before holding serve to win the match. It is the first loss for Brazil's Haddad-Maia in 4 meetings for the 28-year-old Briton, who beat Sarah Irani in her opening match after exciting the Wuhan Open in the first round last week. Butler, who has 3 career singles titles, is ranked 35th in the world heavy ranking. Now, later on Thursday, fellow Briton Dan Evans was denied a superb win as US Open semi-finalist Francis Tiafoe fought back from behind at the Almaty Open. Evans, who has dropped to 180th in the world ranking, lost 6-7, 6-7-6, 6-3 to 15th ranked Tiafoe in Kazakhstan, bidding for his first victory against a top 20 opponent for over a year. Qualifier, Evans showed glimpses of his quality shot making and served tidily before a slow start to the decider proved costly. Now, world number 1 Iga Swiatek says she is very excited to go to work with Wim Fisetti after appointing the Belgian as her new coach. Swiatek parted ways with Tomzas with Torowski earlier this month after 3 seasons together with the Pole. Now, Fiasi, 44, has worked with former Grand Slam winner Kim Clijsters and Angelique Kerber during his coaching career. He split his Japan's Naomi Osaka in September, having helped the 26-year-old to her 4th Grand Slam title. Now we'll be moving over to rumor has it as Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola signs an extension to his contract even if the club loses its legal battle against 115 alleged breaches of financial rules, reports The Athletic. Now Sporting's Portuguese boss Ruben Amorim and Bayer Leverkusen's Spanish head coach Xabi Alonso top Manchester City's list to replace Guardiola if he decides to leave in the summer. Liverpool have accepted that Trent Alexander-Arnold will not sign a new contract and are looking to negotiate a sale to Real Madrid in January. Now, Barcelona and Bayern are also interested in England's fullback Trent Alexander-Arnold. Manchester City's pursuit for Wolves' Algerian left-back Ryan At-Nouri has been boosted by their appointment of Hugo Viana as sporting director. Manchester United boss Erik ten Hag is keen to sign Barcelona and Netherlands midfielder Frankie de Jong in January as he attempts to rebuild his midfield. Now, Manchester United are interested in RB Leipzig's and Slovenian forward Benjamin Sesko, who is expected to depart the Bundesliga club next summer. Bayer Leverkusen and German defender Jonathan Tah, Canada and Bayern Munich left-back Alphonso Davies, and Lille and Canada forward Jonathan David are being tracked by Barcelona. Real Madrid have lined up Bayer Leverkusen and Netherlands fullback Jeremy Frimpong as a target if they are not able to sign Alexander-Arnold. Chelsea midfielder Cesar Casadei has also been advised by Italy under-21 boss Carmen Nunzieta, to consider his Blues future in January if he is not getting game time. Now, moving over to sports business, the German Football League stalled domestic rights sales processes will resume on November 25th as it races to get all contracts in place before year end in the wake of the legal challenge by DAZN. La Liga has secured an increase. I beg your pardon, I take that again. La Liga has secured an increase for its media rights in the Indian subcontinental after securing an experimental agreement with Galaxy Racer, which is currently streaming the league's matches for free. Now, Abu Dhabi has stolen a match on the Stales Gulf neighbors Saudi Arabia by taking on the NBA's New York Knicks jersey patch rights for the tourism body. And with that, we come to the end of our show today. I would like to say thank you to you, Mr. Armani, for joining us today. Well, it's been an exciting show, regardless.
Yeah, it's been an exciting show, and looking forward to the weekend. And so surprisingly, I would say, I wouldn't say surprisingly, Rafael Nadal will be ending his long tennis career very soon. And he has been an amazing player, king of clay, I would say. But then I'm wishing him all the best as he, retires from the world of long tennis. Well, it's been an amazing time hanging out here with you, Charlie De Montero.
Well, I'll return the favor by saying it's been a wonderful time playing host to him, Mr. Armani Black, while I call myself Charlie Montero. It's been my pleasure playing host to you all. Thank you for watching. Thank you for staying tuned. Well, I would like to say thank you to everybody that has made this show come to you today, from the backroom staff to the camera person, and also those that are working in our MCR. I would like to say thank you, and I'll see you on Monday.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us
after the first battle, and he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first chief imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the baile of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before I went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olayakshemoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramatu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramatu Mandela. And Morocco, it was Ramatu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will fly in the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now, we are appealing to the present Lagos State Government Sanwo-Olu to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys. We have all these. I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that as usual people say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to they have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they throw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Morocco environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Maoko. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, that the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money. They were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family. And we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. You could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, he cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. The initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? And who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls the said government? Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of armed robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight on so and so day? He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy will see you later. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, okay, but you 2, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was, I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember. I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by New Zealand. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. If he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry, coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Afatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were all cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, Obi Anoba, Obi Ibale, you get it? let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves Otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. And I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, he said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person who said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. The other people too, you know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, we should be focused upon. Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they will come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that you come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend, Tokunbo Ontoba, was the one covering the barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of showing us more then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with Shodun Oshuemo. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let Shodun Oshuemo become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifu became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokunbo, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokunbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokunbo? What has become of Tokunbo? I said, they have not started Tokunbo. Tokunbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
Many Nigerians are displaying talents in different corners that rub off on Nigerian positively. As we mark Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, let us look at indigenous firms and individuals that need government support to drive the message of nation branding. In the strategic position of Africa lies Nigeria. When the map of Africa is juxtaposed with the structure of a gun, Nigeria is placed in the trigger position. Is this divine? Perhaps. Again, Nigeria, with over 200 million people with about $400 billion gross domestic product (GDP), has enormous resources and talents, much of which are yet to be tapped. In today's news talk, as we celebrate our independence anniversary, we thank God for His mercies. I am Bayo Olaoye. Indeed, many amazing Nigerians within the country are in the diaspora, and several local firms are pushing the frontiers, flagging Nigeria's flag in spite of socio-economic and economic challenges. Those who have elevated their skills are undeniably rewriting the poorly told narrative of the country through their talents, investments, and innovations. Nigerians are really displaying their talents in various fields, from sports to music, literature, fintech, fashion, startups, agriculture, entertainment, and industries. These individuals and industries have impacted the nation as they have become ambassadors of the Nigerian spirit, embodying resilience, creativity, and a drive to succeed against all odds. Today, we celebrate them. For instance, in sports, many individuals like Kanu Wako, J.J. Okocha, Daniel Omakochi, Victor Sime, Chioma Ajunwa, Blessing Okagboe, Mary Iyali Omagbemi, Asisat Oshuala, Tobi Amusa, Emmanuel Amunike, and many more are flying the Nigerian flag high. They have become inspiration to Nigerian youth with their immense contributions to Nigerian sporting landscape. Many youths want to be like the achievers, but they are constrained by infrastructure for training, funding, exposure, and mentorship. In recent years, Nigeria has emerged as a key player in Africa's booming tech scene, which Lagos often described as the Silicon Valley of Africa. Startups like Flutterwave, Paystack, and Andela have not only garnered international attention, but have also provided a platform for young developers, engineers, and entrepreneurs to showcase their skills. Yet, for every success story, there are countless others whose ideas never see the light of day due to lack of funding or access to global markets. The entertainment industry, which emerged without much government support, is another successful story that government needs to leverage to enhance Nigerian brand. The Nollywood industry, said to be worth $10 billion, and which is promoting the Nigerian culture and image, can grow further with government assistance. Like the fashion industry, local companies favorably competing with multinationals with the array of products. Local companies like Rita Foods, Emzo in the pharmaceutical sector, Innocent Motors in auto industries, Abashu Factory, Kanu Leather, and other hubs have put Nigeria on the global map, proving that Nigeria has the entrepreneurial zeal and creativity to compete with multinationals on international space. But in many instances, some of these startups and established ones which can push Nigeria brand with their ideas are choked with unnecessary taxations, regulations, poor infrastructure, poor electricity system, and policy reversals that create burden on them, thereby hindering them from more employment and global competition. Sometimes, regulatory authorities wait on the sidelines for any shop to be open to tax them without considering their status. These local companies have entered the space dominated by multinational and having over 3,000 employees, apart from indirect employees. These local companies are pushing the products from Nigeria, exhibiting our Nigerianness. It is interesting how Right Foods, a local firm, is favorably competing with multinationals with its array of products. With the importance of the private sector in unlocking the full potentials of Nigerian economy, generate employment, feed Nigerians, and calm tensions of agitations and insecurity, the players in the private sector need support in promoting Nigerian innovations and Nigerianness instead of stifling them. Government can support the private sector, especially the startups, with tax rebates. The Nigerian brand should be robust, rugged, attractive, and reputable. I am Bayo Olawi.
At independence in 1960, Nigeria's economy was predominantly agrarian, with agriculture serving as the main source of foreign exchange, even though oil had been discovered in the 1950s. The 60s and 70s saw efforts to increase food production through policies like the National Accelerated Food Production Program, NAFPP, and Operation Feed the Nation, OFN, but poor implementation and structural inefficiencies hampered progress. The oil boom of the 1970s transformed Nigeria into an oil-dependent economy, with oil revenues accounting for over 80% of government income. While this led to increased government spending on infrastructure, it also caused the neglect of agriculture and other non-oil sectors. The resulting over-reliance on oil made Nigeria vulnerable to global oil price fluctuations. In the early 80s, oil price collapse triggered an economic downturn. To address this, the Structural Adjustment Program SOUQ was introduced in 1986, focusing on market-oriented reforms such as deregulating prices and encouraging exports. However, while SOUQ stabilized certain aspects of the economy, it led to inflation, reduce social spending, and increase poverty, especially in rural areas.
Nigeria has never been short of policies, from independence. Each successive government have always been coming up with policies that is aimed at the economic development of the country. But what I would say is lacking is the willpower to see through some of these policies. Nigeria at independence was a mono economy, with agriculture being the mainstay of the economy. But the discovery of crude oil, petroleum, changed the economic milieu, and of course, in the immediate post-independence period, attempt was made to really exploit these natural resources, and in trying to exploit these resources, efforts were not made to diversify the economy. You see, what most countries of the world that are developed today will do is that when they exploit or try to take advantage of a natural resources, what they do is that they diversify into other sector of the economy, develop that sector so that it can foster an holistic economic development. What has been lacking is that when we see a natural resources that can be exploited, what we do is that we go all out, exploit it, and until the whole thing is finished, then we start looking for what next to harness and exploit, and that has really been the problem. Of course, you will discover that from independence to date, there has been an attempt to industrialize. Of course, you will know of the national economic plans, the first, second, third, and all of that. But what has been the problem is that corruption, lack of willpower, we don't see policy through, and this has always been the problem. So it is not for us to start looking for policies again. It is for us to sit down and have a rethink and rejig some of the economic policies that we have already introduced, that have already already on ground. Let us see how we can fine-tune them and make them work. I think that is what we should be thinking as we clock 64 as a nation.
Policies such as the Indigenization and Counter-Trade Act in the 1970s and 1980s were crucial milestones. However, Nigeria's inability to industrialize during this period remains a key issue. What were the consequences of missing that industrialization window, and how has that affected long-term economic development? This is an area worth exploring further, especially given its lasting impact on Nigeria's growth trajectory.
The purpose for the introduction of the indigenization policy, of course, indigenization policy is simply meant to bring the control of industries back to Nigerians. What was discovered at that time was that many companies, many industries that were then in Nigeria were controlled by expatriates. And you see, what that meant is that when they make this profit, they transfer this profit back to their homeland, so thereby impoverishing the Nigerian economy. So the government came up with the indigenization policy so that Nigerians can take certain percentages in the ownership of those industries, and that was to enhance capital retention in Nigeria rather than encouraging capital flight, and to some extent that worked. But the issue that confronted that policy was that the Nigerians that were brought into those businesses, into those control of those industries, had no idea of how industry should be run. So at the end of the day, what happened was that those industries went comatose. Those industries, collapsed, and that is where we are. For the counter-trade policy was actually introduced by Muhammadu Buhari, when he was the head of military head of state, and it was because of the economic pressure that Nigeria had at that time. Nigeria was not liquid. There was no cash that could be used to pay for anything that was needed in terms of imports in the country. So they came up with the idea of a good for good. It's just like trade by barter. Good for commodity, good for good kind of arrangement. And that was just simply meant was put in place to help the country, the government, to secure all that it needed at that time. But then that did not work because the next government that came actually introduced structural adjustment policy, which wasn't the economic situation in the country at that time.
There's corruption everywhere, and even in high places, government has not done anything about it, and this is infringing or scaring away investors and those who would like to be part of this economy. Don't forget that the private sector should be the engine room to propel the economy. Banditry, corruption, unemployment, and intolerance generally is a call of the day, but government should be able to put more action on tackling these issues.
Efforts to diversify the economy have been ongoing with significant reforms in agriculture, telecommunications, and banking. The National Economic Empowerment and Development Strategy (NEED), launched in the early 2000s, aimed to reduce Nigeria's dependency on oil by promoting liberalization and privatization. The telecom sector in particular became a major growth driver, while agriculture has seen steady, though challenging growth due to limited mechanization and infrastructure.
I think the major problem that has faced Nigeria economically is the fact that we came to have a federal system of government that was changed into some kind of Unitarianism, all right, a unitary system. That was the short-sightedness of the military rulers that we have had. You see, in the old regions, when we had the Western region, Eastern region, and Northern region, you see, the kind of system we practiced at that time was a practical federalism in which the regions took control of the resources at their disposal and only gave back a certain percentage to the federal government. But in 1966, when we had a revert to unitary system of government, what that meant was that all the economic resources, all the economic control was ceded to the federal government. So what that developed for Nigeria was a kind of water bottle kind of federalism in which all the states would sit down and wait for the month end for them to go to Abuja and share out monies from the federation account. What we should do if we want to really put Nigeria back on track economically is to go back to those days where states will be given the latitude, the freedom to exploit the resources in their states, and they will now be able to give the government the federal government certain percentage, and they will be in charge. This will bring all the governors and all the rulers at the state level back to make them to wear their thinking caps. The kind of system we have in which a governor will just be waiting for the month to come to an end, for them to go to Abuja and share from the federation account, I don't think that is the kind of the kind of political situation or economic arrangements that we should have. I think we should have a rethink as far as that system is concerned.
The 2017 Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, ERGP, focused on diversifying the economy with an emphasis on agriculture, manufacturing, and solid minerals. By 2021, the economy saw a GDP growth of 3.6%, driven by non-oil sectors such as agriculture and services, signaling some recovery. However, despite this progress, the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic had caused a recession, and challenges remain in fully stabilizing the economy.
We are seeing impressive results in the area of mining, in the area of non-oil exports, non-oil activities. Jakuta's iron and steel is coming in. As agriculture is being given some boosts, both locally and internationally. Tourism is also there. I think we'll depend less on oil as time goes on. Government is putting into motion the infrastructure and the will to drive the economy forward. So I think other sectors, apart from oil, will boom, and hopefully.
Despite these efforts, Nigeria still faces major economic challenges, including high unemployment, low human capital development, and heavy reliance on oil revenues. Recent reforms under President Bola Tinubu aims to address these issues. Notable measures include the removal of fuel subsidy, the unification of exchange rates, and the promotion of the compressed natural gas (CNG) initiative. These reforms seek to reduce fiscal pressure and encourage investment, but have also led to inflation and increased living costs in the short term.
I think the government meant well. If you look at the campaign agenda of all the presidential candidates in the last election, all of them came up with the idea of that they were going to cancel subsidy and all of that. But what I think is that the government was too proactive. I mean, could have settled down to really look at the numbers, look at the figures, and I mean, give Nigerians, timelines for them to adjust. The abrupt way in which the government or the Mr. President announced that subsidy removal was the only problem I have. But you see, where we are is that we are still in the period of pains. I believe that we will get out of that and begin to enjoy these the dividends of the painful period that we are currently passing through. CNG program definitely is a welcome development, but it's going to take a lot of time for that to really take foot. Nigeria is still an economy that will, for the foreseeable future, will continue to depend on petroleum products. What we should be doing while trying to see how we can exploit the CNG option is to continue to look for avenues to make the prices of this very, very important product for Nigerians to come down. It is in that situation that we can really find the rest of mind for us to exploit that option very well. If you ask me, we should not jettison petroleum for now.
Everything boils down to leadership. Everything boils down to leadership and the need for government to be honest, to be accountable, and not use propaganda to sell itself. Government cannot be self-anointing or self-opinionated. Government must be able to tolerate opposition. And I think that has not happened. Government has been very repressive on the media, which is, the media has to check the society, check everybody, but this government has been intolerant of the media, commenting on issues and putting forward their views.
While recent reforms have shown promise, their long-term success depends on addressing deep-rooted issues such as corruption, policy inconsistency, and inadequate infrastructure. As Nigeria reflects on over 6 decades of independence, these challenges serve as a reminder that true economic progress will require sustainable effort to overcome structural barriers and create a more resilient, diversified economy for future generations. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
SOUQ News TV was at the Lagos International Smartphone Film Festival 2024 that held at the Silverbird Galleria in Victoria Island, Lagos. This is a different kind of film festival. This is one that showcases and celebrates the smartphone and all the magic that its camera can do. There was a panel session made good by the convener, Kayode Baker, to answer questions posed by anyone interested in smartphone filmmaking, smartphone content creation, and more. Industry experts, actors, content creators, movie makers, and enthusiasts were excited to witness this maiden but golden initiative. The event made it good to encourage smartphone users about the boundless possibilities that can be achieved with the smart device. Quite a small one as well. That small device that's ever present in the hands of people. The convener of the event, Kayode Baker, spoke with SOUQ News TV about his birthing this amazing incentive and helped us to bring more understanding to why he felt compelled to bring this to light.
We wanted to give content creators and smartphone filmmakers and filmmakers in general, wanted to unify them together. We want to create an opportunity for them to be able to showcase their films on the big screen. So we decided to come up with a concept where we'll invite filmmakers from all around the world who make movies on their smartphones so that they can showcase their films at the cinemas. So majorly movies and then content creation, because content creation today is taking over the world. I mean, one person does a comedy skit or a regular skit, it goes viral all over social media, and wants people to play that on the big screens or at the cinemas, and also people that want to dare to make feature films, to make their films and show them at the cinemas with a smartphone.
Guest speakers at the event included veteran filmmaker John Njama.
This client brought a certain camera and we were already in location, and I felt this is just not it for me. And I know that my phone can do better. And I asked, what platform do you want to show this? And they said, YouTube and all that. I said, good, I'll use my phone. And of course I shot on high res, ProRes, and all of that, format. And I think, even if I say so, I think it's beautiful.
Film director Shola Thompson.
Right now, your smartphones are actually more powerful than some of the cameras that came out from 2004, 2005, or maybe even about that time. So yes, great times right now with smartphones.
Popular content creator Edgar Eriaka.
Some people are telling their stories of their brands, some people are telling them inspirations that they have maybe in the back bedroom or wherever. So for me, it's always about telling stories based on the engagement I'm expecting.
And film distributor Moses Agbachuku.
The major concern is my content strong enough to drive people to go to the cinema and pay such the amount of money to see that content? For content creators, they don't have that worry. You put it on social media, if it's good enough, people just see. Now, some people even stumble on the content, just like it. Some people, maybe they are just swiping their phones and they get to see this content. So it's a different ballgame.
So my grudge is going forward, and especially with the advent of smartphones and storytelling, we could be a bit more intentional with what we do as skit makers or as content producers. We could infuse some kind of seriousness in what we do, because whether you like it or not, we should be able to borrow from the society and give back in turn to the society by ways of teaching, information, pedagogical values, something was somewhat serious, while at the same time you're making people laugh. It's possible. So going forward, the future is smartphone. The future is content. The future is storytelling. So we can now, here and now, begin to say this is the direction we're going, because that time will come. That time will come where you begin to identify with the serious ones and the unserious ones, and it will come forward to that time when we will have at the Oscars a category for best mobile phone filmmaking and all of that, and it's possible.
So first of all, I feel honored to be here, and it is always an amazing opportunity. I always feel super grateful when you have that opportunity to come around and inspire and educate people with that device that they have in their hand. So I always create my content, most of my content, with my smartphone. So when I had the opportunity and I was told to come over and speak about how to, enable content creators with their smartphone, I was definitely going to be here. So yes. Filmmakers are not content creators, although they create content. And it's always about the platform, all right? It's always about the platform. If you understand the social media platforms and you understand how film houses work, then you create content based on those platforms. Now you have people who are experienced at just comedy. You have people who are just experienced at social media content. When you give them a movie role, they're not so great at it, all right? If you give some people who are great at movies an opportunity to shoot a sketch or shoot a skit, whatever you call it, they're not great at this thing. So everyone is experienced in their own ground, in their own level. And I think the argument is great for for creation, it's great for that competition, it's great for people to always say these things so that we're always relevant. Because when people keep talking, you're still in that space. So that young guy or young lady who wants to create content right now, I would say that just start. And you haven't started with the idea. No, you haven't started by writing it down. No, you haven't started by saying you will do it tomorrow. No, you haven't started by editing. No, you have started when the video goes out. All right, no matter how terrible the video is, put it out. People love the process. They want to look back and say, oh, this guy started with a terrible camera when he was like 2 years ago. Now we're using a red camera. Like, they want to see the process. Most people are always interested in your story, how you started. So don't feel bad. Don't feel bad that you are not there yet. You can do amazing stuff with whatever you have. Edgar doesn't lie. I'm telling you what I did. Yeah.
I'm here today at Lagos International Smartphone Film Festival for my film screening. Kuye, Journey to Yak Suspended Lake. It's a documentary film about the only suspended lake in Africa. Kuye is a story about a young guy on a journey to self-discovery. We're also trying to tell the story about the only suspended lake in the whole of Africa. It's a project about spirituality, history, heritage, Africa, because this is our story. It's important because I'm African and nobody can tell our story better, So I feel like the market is there for us now. People are really interested in what we have to offer the world. So, and when I got the opportunity to work on this smartphone film, I decided to tell our original story. And yeah, I'm glad I did. And if I have more opportunity to do that, I will do more.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi.
My name is Etemere Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the economic community of West African states, ECOWAS corridors, have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports, as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway extension points continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The MPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the MPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amatu, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product (GDP). Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafo, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the ports. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofor, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Ports Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
All right, glad you will be joining us on what we'll call SOUQ Exclusive. Is a special one where we do a close shot on a special guest to look at their story and to draw inspiration for younger people who also want to make something out of life. My guest today is quite special because he's rare to come by. He's a man of many parts. He has a lot of experience when it comes to military operations, when it comes to global affairs, and when it comes to the economy. He's taking time to be with us today, and because you deserve the best, and that's why we always reserve the special guest for you at this moment. Today, I'm privileged to host Ambassador Wallace Williams, who is the Honorary Consul General for Antigua and Barbuda, and also the Chairman, Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Glad you have been joining us on SOUQ Exclusive.
Thank you very much, Femi. I've been looking forward to coming to meet you, the team, and I'm happy to be here today and to have met your wonderful chairman, and everybody has been so extremely hospitable. I feel at home, I feel welcomed. I'm looking forward to pushing the SOUQ brand, you know. Wherever I go, I'll be talking about this station, for sure. You know that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like to defend and promote, you know, those who need promotion from the point of view of, you know, you've created a niche in this country from the areas that you cover, and I'm very, very impressed.
I must commend you for that patriotism. Honestly, today it's quite historic for me. An opportunity to meet you again. You know, it's been a while.
Thank you.
And to also guide you on this SOUQ Exclusive.
Thank
Great
you.
one. Glad you have joined us once again.
Thank you.
So let's start with your story, because the idea is to talk about your story. And I'm going to start with your background. You talking about your background, your experience while growing up. telling your story, some of the things that were fascinating to you while growing up, and some of the things that, helped in shaping your value over the years. Talk to us about your background.
Very much. I come from I'm a village boy. I come from a little village in Trinidad called La Brea. It also has a famous world moniker, and that it is the 8th wonder of the world. We have a natural asphalt lake. Nigeria has as well, but it is not being developed. But we have developed the lake asphalt as a product for the world, which is used for paving roads, for standard for the airports all over the road to stop the aircrafts from bumpy atmosphere. Those roads, those products are very strong as cement. So that's where I'm from. I went to a school on the lake called Bright New Sea, where as a young, inquisitive young man, I was always searching for knowledge. I then won a scholarship. I became a scholar at age 10 to go to college called Queen's Royal College, which they say is the most elite college, if not in Trinidad alone, but in the Caribbean. I'm proud of that one, where we were schooled to be told that we are the leaders of the future, that we are going to be the captains of industry. So when you grow up with that mindset, you think nothing is impossible. At a very tender age, to have that told to you, you feel proud, that you belong to a very close circle of elites. I think it's like your King's College here. You tend to believe that you're made for the world, and your future is already set based on the education they will give you. So when we entered on the first day, they said, you are now, a cut above the rest. Challenge everything, and if you find that your professors have not done their homework, put them out of the class and teach the rest of the class. And we did. Some of us who, like myself, bold enough, you didn't prepare, we put you out of the class, and the principal just would not do anything. He'd say, well, you did not prepare, and these young scholars have to go forward with their next lesson, and if you didn't prepare, they will teach the class, and we did. So when you had that kind of training very early on, you knew that nothing was impossible, challenge everything, and correct it if you have to. So in my formative years, my DNA was made out of challenge everything, do not be compromised, and be a scholar. But also they told us that when they finish training us and they drop us anywhere in the world, Alaska, wherever, and they come back and we are not in charge, they have failed. So we have that mindset that failure is not an option. We must win. We have a win-win attitude. So I grew up, in that kind of atmosphere. We would walk to school, run home for lunch, run back, so we became very athletic as well. We grew up among fruit trees and organic food, and you name it, we did everything, as a young man. Children today don't have the same adventure spirit that we have had. We go out and, have fun, etc. And the excitement of learning was a key thing that, at that time we didn't have any electricity. We had these lamp oils, so we'd be studying in the night. Yeah, studying in the night, and you had a thirst for learning, because in those days we didn't have what you have now, computers and all that, and that type of laziness. We made up our own games, and our own imagination, to play games, etc., created your own games, and that was an exciting period for me.
Well, what kind of games?
Well, for example, we would play marbles, right? You pretend to be, a prime minister or a footballer or whatever, and you make up games and, you conduct the affairs of the country. So we were very enlightened, that, create games. We will take the wheels of of a bicycle and turn them into a plaything. You have a stick and you roll it all along, you know, for as far as you can, you know. You would create other games, you know, imaginary, playing with imaginary things, you know, that other people did scientifically. So, you know, you were always thinking and always imagining and always creating. So, in our DNA, you know, we grew up to be very creative, very academic, very challenging, and I left from the countryside to go to the big city, as you say, because I came first in the island at that time. So I was a scholar at 10, you know, when I was not supposed to sit exams until 11 plus. But because I had jumped 2 classes, the principal thought, well, we can't keep this young man back anymore. So they lied to the Ministry of Education and said I was 11 plus.
Oh, man.
But I wasn't. I was actually 10. You know, so for me, those were very exciting times. And then, having gone to the big city, you know, the world was now opening up to me. Oh, these things I've never seen in the countryside, and I absorbed those things so quickly, and started to look at, you know, how am I going to make use of this opportunity for the future? And one of the key things, if you have to tell the youth of today, is to focus on your vision and be disciplined and be consistent. Very, very important.
While you were narrating your, you know, beautiful experience while growing up, you talked about, you know, having this what we call communal support, which is very peculiar that period, that age, where your neighbor's children, you see them as your own children.
Absolutely.
And even if you're not your biological children, you provide a kind of parental support, you know.
Yes.
But if you look at the trend now in the society, do we still have that? What's missing?
Well, some parts of Africa still do, and we must go back to that, which we call Ubuntu. That communal spirit where your grandparents, your great-grandparents, they pass on knowledge. Because, you know, Africans are, you know, what we call a vocal, historical type of people. We talk and carry on the knowledge that we've had because it was not written. And it's still not written except for, you know, scholarly work at the moment. But, you know, for example, if your grandparents or parents are not talking to the neighbor, you dare not show the same animosity, because that will get them to talking back together. They'll say, do you know that your son or your grandson did not greet me? What? They will now, you will be scolded for that, and they will get back talking, because you have to learn respect. You have to learn that whatever goes on with adults is none of your business. You give everybody respect, and then everybody took care of you in the village. They will look out for you. They look out to make sure that you are safe. They look out to make sure that if your parents are not back home, they'll feed you. You know, you can come into their kitchen, enter their pots with their children, you know. So it was always communal, the Ubuntu spirit, you know, getting together. So I think children of today do not use their imagination. They are driven by computer games. They're driven by the phone. And so they don't spend much time exploring the world outside, which gives you a sense of security. And, you know, you're out there, you become streetwise, put it that way. Nowadays, everybody is closeted. You know, you go to school in a car, you know, your parents come and pick you back up in a car, and you've had no adventure. Your adventure life between the ages of 10 or between the ages of 7 and 15 or 17 have not had any kind of a free spirit, what I call free spirit. I mean, I'm a wanderlust. I like adventure, and that was born out of the early days growing up in Trinidad.
At what point did you decide to join the army, you know, and then...
Well, we had military in our school, and therefore that gave you what I would call you want to be like this, you know, the uniform, the military, the discipline, you know, it looks marvelous, you know, and that gives you a sense of belonging, a community. of men who behave the same way, talk the same language and attitude. And since we were told, you know, challenge everything and be leaders, well, that was natural, absolutely natural.
Now let's talk about Africa. I know you're passionate about the African project. If you compare to the resources that Africa is blessed. When
absolutely.
You know, natural resources, human resources, Africa is blessed. But when it comes to the value these resources are adding to this continent, it's you know, if you look at the compare, it's just not there.
Well,
what do you think is the
well,
missing?
what is wrong is leadership. That's first and foremost. Second, patriotism. Thirdly, selfishness and greed. Right? If you look at those three combined, that's very toxic for the continent, because it means that we are giving away our fathers' wealth to foreigners for free and then taking the crumbs. That doesn't make sense. A continent that has trillions in reserve of whether it's gold, diamond, bauxite, whatever, you use that to sustain one currency, a central bank. We will beat anybody in the world, whether it's China or whatever, and we need to get to that point. So what is wrong is that we need to harness these resources for ourselves. Do not be, you know, consumers, rather be producers. So we need to produce, we need to locally manufacture. I'm happy to see that Ghana has gone the way now of refining their gold. Burkina Faso has also kicked out those who are exploiting their gold, and I think they're going to go that way. That is what we'll need now. The kind of leadership is going to say, enough is enough. Let us now not be consumers. Let us be manufacturers, put a factory in every community where the resources are, and let the community be shareholders. We are not wage earners. We are shareholders because this is our patrimony. This is what we were blessed with, and we in these communities with this, the government should say, okay, you want to come and exploit, transfer your technology, transfer your training, right? Participate with our locals to develop the resources. You get a profit, but there's a win-win. They also get a profit. And what the country or the nation has to do is be part of the value chain. And that is what Trinidad did with their oil and gas. They became part of the value chain. They intervened and said, we are not going to stay back on the dole and take a few crumbs and the rest of the country, you know, starve. No. Our strategic policy is we want to be in every aspect of the value chain of our resources. And that's what they did. And that's why their GDP was so high, 25,000 plus per individual per capita, right, in Trinidad. And I brought that to Nigeria, to the Nigerian Gas Master Plan. I showed them this is what Trinidad did, you know, also with local content. So develop your local content to fit your particular reserves. So you have gold, then train a lot of your community in gold refining, owned by you. Train them in gemstone, cutting, you know, enhancing the value of that. Set up a commodity exchange, not wait for Hallmark in the UK or a commodity exchange in Brussels or Holland to tell you and determine your resource value. No, you need to be part of the value chain, and you now export rather than import your own resource which went out and came back with added value to give to you for you to consume. Does that make sense? It doesn't. So we have got to change the paradigm and say we will now participate, and the government has to make the policy. A strategic policy. You're coming into our country, you want to help us to explore and or exploit this particular resource. Here's what. We're participating as partners and shareholders. And we must do it in a manner that fits our strategic policy. We want to be in all aspects of the value chain. You are just giving us an advantage from the fact that you have developed a technology to help us to exploit this more. But you are not going to be left with it alone.
Okay.
We will be part of the value chain with you. And if you're aligned with that, come in. If you don't, stay out. That
Great.
has to be the attitude.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. It's looking like we just have to, wrap up now. I'm sure we're going to have an extension or part 2 of this conversation.
Absolutely.
But I must thank you for your time, for your thought, talking about yourself, telling us your story.
Yeah.
And hopefully we're going to have another time to talk more.
I look forward to the part 2.
All right.
Yeah. This time I will dress up in full traditional wear.
How colorful would that be?
That would be very colorful. And I look forward, maybe SOUQ News can give me a SOUQ outfit.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
We'll be glad to do that.
Yes,
Customized for you.
Customized for me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. A pleasure. Yeah.
All right. On that note, we'll just have to call it a wrap now. Don't forget, until we come your way to bring another special guest, talking about this exclusive conversation, will still remain yours. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time with another guest.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Live. My name is Hans Mba. We are on SOUQ News Television, as you already know. On the show today, we have another special guest, like we always do every time you see Inside Live on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, I like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but let him do it. He's none other than Komi or Komo?
Komi Flame.
Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
I'm very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame, and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
All of this stress I've been under. Red on my cup running over, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright, but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hearts open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the streets to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art, it's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know from around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone do busking.
In this part of the world, right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start? And why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church, and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar. So that's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or anything?
I didn't go for any class or anything.
So you played, like my friend would say, you played by hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church, and he would come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. Yeah, I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. Yeah. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. Yeah,
okay.
In this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. Yeah. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. Yeah, so I saw him doing the busking, and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I play with this. So I saw him doing it, and his hat was down in a mall in Sule. Yeah, so I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing there, and I made it happen.
So that was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with this person? What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alexi. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No,
he just
he still do music, just he does other businesses and stuff like that. And normally busking is not easy, so anyone that might just give up on the craft, give up on busking, not on music, again, maybe to chase other things, it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously, no one does anything forever.
Yeah.
But so how, so you saw Alexi and you said, this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really. Not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art?
That boldness no fully come. Come like immediately.
You learn on the job.
Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing. I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, he's my boss, so I respect him up to date. But the way I've pushed my own busking,
obviously that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On Inside Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi. You're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right?
Yeah.
I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once, and after once I did not go there
gone back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. On the island, at malls.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Sule, the mall at Novare, around Shangotedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently where I frequently play at is Tejo Show Yaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay, that's with the people.
Yes. Yeah. Obalinde currently, and some places on the mainland. Yeah, I do Oshodi too sometimes. Yeah, I do Surulere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Yeah, most times if I go to the island. Yeah.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no, I can't really say it.
Come on, Flame, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So, how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth, though.
Any of the malls. Let's say, should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information it's privileged information as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers.
Yeah.
But we want people to.
So, busking on the streets, yeah, I can't say for you though. It's depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10K to any amount, maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today,
and
tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently frequently is the Palms Mall. I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall, and Novari Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novari Lekki Mall, but I do Palms Mall frequently. For now.
Why? Is it because of the
because
money?
No, not because of the money. Because they appreciate why I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate, and they're always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
because it's the money.
Currently,
you are staying away from the money.
No, not because currently, for Palms Mall, most of their workers in the management, once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point, where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, we want you to come play for this person. I'm always the first person they call.
So you play any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say come and play on for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole
sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too. So I just
so you just come through.
And we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to
because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
At the parking lot?
Not at the parking.
Outside the compound?
Outside the compound.
How? There's no conducive place? Because I know there's a road in front.
That road's
on the side.
That road's in front, the small gate.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight that you just come in, that you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I've sent letters to them like twice, and I've been.
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you? Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered. That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and
it's
I get
your power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office.
Okay.
And I present the letter to the secretary I find that seat at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, the person I'll meet there when
someone
I go
else.
It's someone else. Yeah. But what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done.
I got 3 no's.
They've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi, Obalende.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic, or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and you start to play?
No, I don't. It's not as I'm led. I'm strategic about it. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood,
yeah,
there are certain people you gotta see,
yeah,
and say, Baba, we have come, what to do?
No, if I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. Yeah, and I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time go, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss,
it's an okay thing. Yeah. Awesome. You start doing your thing. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar?
No, I said I was learning the guitar around that year time. Yeah. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular, when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time, I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar, and I just like the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home. So it's like a decorative piece, right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019, and I'm like, prior to that, you hadn't played, and you played by ear, and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please, show us what Combo Flames does.
Happy no fair to me. Say I never call you through it. But I hope that you are well. I hope you're my head, so every day I dey pray for you. Make you Papa God bless you. See I don't forget you. Say I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up on me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend in the man don't shoulder. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I do now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you down for another. I did for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. Because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So I would like to say something. Like it's not about the money, for real. It's not about the money, because I've seen.
You just took the words from my mouth. I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, yeah. While I was going home, yeah, someone in the bus paid for my transport, because he just saw me. I got a new guitar, and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Yeah. Then he paid for my transport, and he told me, "Yeah, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show." And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. I was like,
I just want to learn.
Does he want to see it? I just want to learn this thing. Oh. You want to see me at a bigger show. But you know, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. Yeah, but he said something and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. And that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any reason.
Now, do you get called?
Yeah.
To events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, yeah. And in as much as the place might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be here for too long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6 month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one just next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal. Yeah, and I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes, I still play a Landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play. It's just about planning different locations that you play in every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, I should be willing to see you again. So it takes a lot of work. So that it does not get
you have to
boring.
Keep up in your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay. So it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube. Yeah, because most times I get my ideas of the busking crafts. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People
that sing.
That does busking abroad.
Okay.
They are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the street.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so
saw
for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job too, doing it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that I know creatives are crazy people.
Yeah.
Passionate people are crazy people.
Yeah.
Right. So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the streets, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
Well, you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone I was sharing earlier. I've seen someone that was, busking, and his heart was just there, eyes closed. He was just playing away, And this lady came, she looked at him, she got out her phone, she recorded for a while, and next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give. Next thing, she walks up to him behind him and just gives him a hug, gives him a tight hug, and just walks away. And for someone like that, that's all the fulfillment for that day he's good.
Exactly.
You
And
know.
he might as well just help that woman. Maybe it's a motivational song he was singing or a prayer
Both
song.
ways.
The
True. True.
He has just done something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks.
We hope to have you again.
Thanks.
Right? Keep doing what you're doing, because one of the things that we commend people on the show about, and I do personally as well, is when I see people that are bent on their passion, people that are driven, people that don't need motivation. Of course, we all need motivation. Many times it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just wake up and you just don't want to do that thing. You don't want to do anything.
Mm.
But that little voice comes and tells you, look, dude, this is you.
Yeah.
And people are waiting to see you manifest, you know. So I must commend you. We love your music. Yes, by the way, you have your own music.
Yeah, I write my songs. Yeah, I'm working on them, but currently.
But you just write because busking will not give you time.
No, busking. Of course, I don't do busking.
What have you recorded?
Yeah, I do.
You have recorded.
I do, but it's not out currently.
Do you want to play us something you did?
Of course.
Let's hear something you did.
Okay, this song is titled Miracle. You never tell me start to the fight. I no go lie, miracle fine. She fair, she slim, she no too tall. For real, she's what the high. 8 a.m. she go chat me good morning. And I don't dey feel something for her. She don't dey feel something for me. So many girls on my phone, but now you did cross my phone. Been through so much pain, please don't add to my soul. Yeah. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Baby, you're my miracle. You're my miracle. I feel to swim on the ocean for you. I feel to climb on the mountain for you. I feel to catch a grenade bell for you. I feel to pile up a beauty for you. Oh baby, you're the one for me. Oh baby, you're my miracle.
Daniel Ahanji.
Yes, sir.
Popularly known as
Komi
Flames. Thank you so much for being on Inside Life. Thank you for sharing your inside life with us. Hope to see you again same time again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still Inside Life. You heard from Komi Flames. Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, you know, from street corners to malls, and he sings, and he touches people's hearts. And if you feel touched, you support him. But the important thing is the fulfillment that is gotten from the arts called basking. Same time next week. See you. It's Inside Live. My name is Hanson Ba. Bye for now.
The Economic Forum Media Limited and Nairametrics Financial Advocate Limited have jointly organized the Nairametric MSME Award to recognize and celebrate organizations that have made impact in the micro, small and medium enterprises MSME sector. The event, which was held on September 27, 2024 at Civic Center, Victoria Island, Lagos, also received sponsorship from MasterCard and 15 other established partners to make the event colorful. The award ceremony was essential to the continued growth and sustainability of the MSME sector in the country. The CEO of Economic Forum Media Limited, Jude Ndo, and CEO Nairametrics Financial Advocate Limited, Ugodri Obichukwu, described MSMEs as the backbone of Nigeria's economy, highlighting their importance to the nation's GDP. The technical advisor on enterprise development, Dr. Babangida Kabir, represented the governor of Katsina State at the event. Other dignitaries include the executive chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, SOUQ Adedeji, Banks, Group Head, Brand Management and Corporate Communication, Rashid Bolariwaju, among others. There were representatives from banks, fintech companies, job creation organizations, Answer Mansard, and many more stakeholders.
This award, we strongly believe that the opportunity to create a platform to promote MSME ecosystem is just at the right time. This award is curated, conceptualized and conveyed by the Economic Forum Series in a strategic partnership with Nairametrics and Digicom Enterprises. The award is a hybrid event where other participants are joining us online across the social media digital platforms. We will begin with some goodwill messages from our special guests.
SMEs are the backbone of Nigeria's economy. And at Nairametrics, we have been covering Nigerian economy for almost a decade now. And we focus mostly on MSMEs. MSMEs as well will contribute 50% of our GDP and employ over 80% of our workforce. With over 41 million SMEs in Nigeria, we represent the spirit of innovation, resilience, and determination that propels Nigeria forward.
The representative of Katsina State Governor delivered the goodwill message and outlined initiatives aimed at empowering MSMEs.
Programs like this award is an inspiration to all of us to continue expanding our opportunities for the businesses to grow, adopt, compete in the both national and the global level. I want to commend all the nominees and award recipients for their remarkable contribution to the development of our economy. You represent the spirit of enterprise that depends on tremendous of significance, but you are wearing determination and creativity to ensure that the future of the SMEs are brighter in Nigeria.
The Vice President Customer Solutions Center and West African at MasterCard, Kari Tuko, during the fireside chat outlined the impact made by MasterCard in driving equitable access to financial challenges. She explained the MasterCard is out to make the MSME's transactions seamless.
Mobilizing access to digital economy. It's a global initiative that pulls NGOs, government agencies, pulls a lot of global assets together to solve for pain points that SMEs have in the local market. We have jointly committed to including 100 million SMEs into the digital economy. Fantastic. By the year 2030.
Please come in and ask for that, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear that?
That focus will continue to work together and we will start to identify relevant partnerships in Nigeria that can also further foster that agenda. My dream is SME, all SMEs are financially included, digitally included, are enabled with the right tools, capability, access to credit. I remember that the gentleman who spoke on behalf of the FIRS mentioned tax, right? Part of the reason why a lot of the SMEs don't want to be digitized is because they don't want the cost of tax burden. So we need to find a way to ensure that we are collectively helping the SME run their business in the most efficient and profitable manner. And that is the commitment that MasterCard is making in the way that we continue to develop solutions and innovate for the SMEs in Nigeria and across Africa.
And then it was time to give out the awards. First on the list was the Senior Special Assistant to the Office of the Vice President on MSMEs and Job Creation, Timitola Adekunle Johnson, who received the honorary award for excellence in government policy and intervention programs for MSMEs. while the executive governor of Katsina State, Malam Diko Umaru, received the Best MSMEs Governor of the Year. The United Bank of Africa, EcoBank, and Zenith Bank shared the award for Best MSMEs Trade Finance, while MasterCard, Visa, and Verve shared the award for the Best MSMEs in FinTech Card. Remita, Paystake, and eTransact claimed the award for Best in Payment Security, Data Protection, and Fraud Prevention, and many other recipients expressed gratitude to the organizers for the recognition. SOUQ News caught up with the SSA to the president on MSMEs and job creation in a short conversation.
It's fulfilling when you get recognized not by the norm, not by those that when you get recognized outside your space, it means that whatever it is, whatever efforts you're putting in is yielding results. I mean, there's always room for more, so we'll continue to strive, to excel, to continue to do more for the MSME space. But I feel great, and I thank the organizers of this award. Any entity or any private sector or anywhere that wants to do something like they want to encourage them to continue to encourage both MSME actors, should it be the business owners or those regulators. It is actually good to continue to encourage and support them in what they are doing. So urge more people to do things like this.
One of the key achievements in the enterprise development ecosystem for my governor is creating Katsina State Enterprise Development Agency, which is the agency championing the empowering the small-scale businesses in the state.
These partnerships are crucial not only for the recognition of excellence but for providing the necessary resources for MSMEs to thrive in an increasingly competitive and digital global economy. By spotlighting the contributions of these key players, the award encouraged more innovation, investment, and collaboration within MSME ecosystem. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News Television.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Welcome to the show.
Once again this week on the amazing and lovely Inside Life, the show where we talk to our veterans, we talk to our pioneers in the music game and catch up with them with what's going on in their lives, and also more importantly take stock of how these icons have set the pace ahead of whatever it is that is going on right now. We'll get into that conversation, but before we do, we'll have an extra special guest in the house. When we return, we'll be introducing you to them. Stay here, it's Inside Life, don't go nowhere. Welcome back to Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and quickly we'll jump right on to introducing you to our guests in the building. So today, as usual, a special show on Inside Life. We have the one, the only. This is the part where you hear the drum roll. Slight pause. Black Reverends and
AKA Ayanga Boys.
Yes, Ayanga.
Black Reverends, it took us forever to get these men into the studio, and so you can tell how important and how special today is. To my immediate right is the one you know as Wesley.
Yeah.
And to the far right,
Shop 2.
You know his name already. His head precedes him. The one, the only SOUQ 2. You've seen him in the movies. We're going to talk about that as we get into the crux of the matter today.
Yeah, that's fine.
Black Reverends, welcome to SOUQ News Television and our show Inside Life.
Thank you so very much. We're glad to be here. We're honored.
Our pleasure.
I still feel a bit starstruck when I remember the things you guys have done. I'm from the old school, right? And I remember Ayangba Girls Are Dangerous. It was a national anthem. I'm talking 2000. Right?
Precisely.
What was behind that song? Tell us the full story, from naming it, from the conception of the beats, from the lyrics, from the dance to the dance steps. Please talk to us about that song as we begin this.
Actually, Ayangba is a street language for girls, wayward girls.
Okay.
But Ayangba actually was 1999.
Oh, so a year before. Usually, you would have cooked and taken all that time to cook up everything and drop it when people get it.
2000 was the video. That's why you see in 2000. So then it was a military area, and I say we have to do it as a satire, because you cannot face. Actually, it's a way of talking to the leaders then, but we cannot talk directly. Then we'll move you straight.
We know how to do it.
So the thing we now did is we kind of do like Animal Farm. We satirized it by calling Ikebe gone. Ayangba are the leaders. They are dangerous. They use Ikebe, collect your money by force. The gun. And nothing you could do because they're dangerous. You understand? So it's a satirized song. And ladies are getting a wrong conception about our view. It's not like we are insulting the ladies. If you hear the lines, it says, Eyo, and they be waiting you define. Enter hotel, go meet Ayangba, you get bad mind. A guy that goes to a motel to go and catch phone. If Ayangba finish with you, you go 2 days late. So we're looking at our leaders. Yes. When they get to the post, they tell you all sweet words, but when they get there, they do what they want. If you come and knock the door, they bang the door at you. You understand? You can't do anything. If you go, they tell someone to pick you up.
Now, we're talking about this. One of the reasons why we had to have this conversation. Did you feel that this message was caught at the time, or you felt people got it much later on?
I think it was at that point in time. we've had series of interviews where we said this, but the depth, the meaning of the song wasn't really hitting the people because of the beat. You know, like, okay, we have the intention of doing the song to hit at the leaders and the situation then, but we had to model after a popular song, the Buster Rhyme.
Yeah.
So a lot of people were carried away with the beat, and then the video, and then the dance step. And so regardless of the message you pass, it was a club banger, party shaker. You go everywhere, and Yamba was virtually everywhere. But you could see that no matter how much you go to interviews and let people know that this song, don't take it literally the way we have delivered it. It's deeper than what you think. We're trying to call our leaders a young man, say they will use it KB, which is the gun to collect your money by force. Nothing you could do because they're dangerous, but no, it didn't matter anymore.
It's just the groove.
Just the dance, the groove, the cruise, like they call it these days. So.
And I feel like it's one of the things that's affecting our music right now.
Exactly.
So what you were addressing at that time,
yes, sincerely,
has it changed from what's happening right now? What do you think?
Is
it any different?
Basically, no.
Anyway, change is permanent. You cannot play music, but I know way back we are conscious musicians. We think deep before delivering any lines.
No,
we want to make like people.
Back then, that was some of the attributes of the artist back then.
True.
Yes.
You write your song from home. You go to the studio with your book.
You give it thoughts. Book. Yes.
It's the song that you sing to your producer that brings the beat out.
Right.
These days is the other way around. The beat is ready. Then they call you to come to the studio. You go to the studio, you listen to a beat, and then the beat just moves you, and then you put melody. So by the time you put the melody to that rhythm, to the beat, lyrics don't matter anymore. You've not sat down to critically think, to say, okay, we're going to put this song and address this corruption, and address this and that. No deep thinking. It's just, you go to the beat, you go to the studio, you hear the beat. Hey, just find your ways go down. Your ways go. Music already. It's not how it used to be for us.
Incidentally, I saw a clip. I think it was New York Times. I saw a clip yesterday, and they were talking about. It was a key question. They were like, "What has destroyed the art of writing?"
Exactly.
So I remembered it from what you're saying about how the beat is there ready for you, and you come in and you freestyle. It breaks my heart. You freestyle on the beat. You just go, and you see, when you say freestyle, I know not a lot. Freestyle is also a skill.
It is.
Like you have it or you don't.
Yes.
So when people are like, I'm like, yo, what are you doing? They're like, while practicing freestyle. I say you can't practice freestyle.
Don't practice freestyle.
It will not sound. I know someone that. He freestyles, he's talking about everything in the room. He's on beat.
Spontaneously.
When he finishes and you ask him what did he just say, he doesn't know.
Doesn't know.
When you put another beat, he continues. So I said, listen, you can't do this. So when artists get, like what you're saying, piggybacking on what you're saying, when artists get in the studio and they begin to freestyle without thinking. Because many times you have to write, counsel, think about it, write, counsel.
Yes.
Could it be why a lot of people think that music has lost its way in Nigeria? Your genuine thoughts.
I'm sure you've seen the video of Buju Banton and what he said about Afrobeat. 100% spot on. And maybe you haven't seen the video. You haven't seen the video?
No, please.
Buju said Afrobeat is fuckery. That was his exact language. That it has no substance and it cannot last. That they say nothing meaningful and it's just about money and drink and women.
But actually, that's not Afrobeat.
There's a difference.
Thank you.
Since we're going there, there's one with the S.
There's Afrobeat.
There's one with the S.
Which is what Fela
came with.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's Afrobeat. Now there's Afrobeats.
With the S.
With the S.
With an S. So that's a collection of African kind of music. It's called Afrobeat, like Afro rhythm, which is what none of these Afrobeats musicians, as a matter of fact, sing Afrobeats.
No, of course. They don't.
No. Let's get some straight.
Like I said, changes from
kinds of.
entities.
Yes.
You know, so
completely different.
Let's not people. A lot of people even know because people act like they don't, but they actually do.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to what happened to you guys what happened in 2007 when I fight. If I say, when a woman went on this band, you went into movies. So too, you went into movies, and Wesley, you got serious with your record label and your studio. What happened?
Nothing.
You can't say
nothing,
you can't say you cannot say.
Nothing really.
You can't say you cannot say.
No, nothing really say. Just at a point in time, the record. Let's say this was even start from the record label. You know, where you see like they're not really serious about pushing and taking the artists to the studio and investing more and trying to promote them. And when the record label itself don't come relax, you said you look at the whole thing and say, bro, yes, we did a huge song. It was everywhere, but commercially, how has it paid us? We say, man, make I delve into something else. You know, so like rightly said, I went into movies and tried to see maybe, you know, all entertainment.
But you see, you guys have it. Because as you went into, after Ayangba did what it did, you went into movies, Silver Spoon, yeah?
Silver Spoon. We were both in Silver Spoon.
And you guys, Silver Spoon hits.
Wait, sorry. We went into movie. That's why I can't picture it. We are movie actors before music.
Really?
Yes. Our first movie is called Kata.
Before 99?
1996.
Directed by Don Pedro
Baseki. Yeah.
We are DBN with Regina Askia, a lot of stars.
Really?
We what's his name? Mekwen. That's the. I think he's Actors Guild president and vice president now or something. So we've been actors all our life before the music. In fact, movie money gave us liberty to pay studio for Ayangba.
Wow. So how long was this before Ayangba?
96, 4 years, 3-4 years, we now did Ayangba.
That's amazing. That's great. I'm just following.
So if he's doing movie, it's what he knows how to do.
Right.
If I'm doing movie, I used to personally do comedy for DBN television. When me, very young, Don Pedro Basque, well, Ukotokri, then Israel. There's one
Israel,
presenter way back, Israel. Yes, I used to produce movies for. I used to produce a movie guest, Night Shift.
Okay. It was big back then.
It was big. Then there's a comedy before the movie. I'm the comedian Molue. Baba Molue, like 90 years old man.
Really?
With Okpotokri, with Baba Columbia.
So what are you guys doing with that skill now? What are you doing with
that? These are things that dwell in our. We definitely were working on something.
Content creating, skates, you know, and even trying to produce our own, you know, set of movies and all.
And we're doing new songs as well.
Yeah, of course.
No, obviously, I know that is happening because
you
stay working all the time. But let's also want to know how you felt, how it was at that time when you guys were like, what's the word now? Your names were in people's mouths at the time. You had a song that was national anthem everywhere. You had Ayangba blowing up. How did it feel? Did you anticipate it was going to happen, or it was by chance? Because I know at the time there wasn't a lot of payola going on like it is right now, you know, and there wasn't a lot of where you would stream. Of course, streaming was not there. Where you would do streaming farms, you pay to have your song played multiple times. But I could pick some of those songs back then that blew like organically.
Yes.
So was it planned? Was it something you guys did separately, differently?
All right. Sorry. There is this thing that actually happened.
Okay.
Way back, I think we have the new live beat.
Yes.
Going on. Then we just did Ayangba. We like upcoming artists who want to go. We just want to showcase.
perform.
want people to see us.
Yes.
We entered with one of our godfather, Grandmaster Lee, principal of the old school. He took us, he liked the song, he listened, we go and give him. He said, wow, I like this song. Okay, I'll take you guys to an anniversary someday. I said, okay, we went there. Upcoming artists, there's Majek Fajek, there's Orisuliki, there's
at that time.
Femi Kuti, there's
Daddy all of them were there.
Everybody were there. They had name. We were there like you were new. We just sat there. We came with my grandmaster. He was on the white table where we were sitting at the audience. The next thing they say they called our name to come and perform. The owner of the program said, no, I don't want any riffraff. Come and sit down. We went back to sit down. Master Lee took his leave that we are going. The man came to beg him and said, okay, let my boys perform.
That's the only way I can stay.
He said, okay, just one track. I said, no problem. We started. The moment he just said, he played, I don't die.
It was just one verse. Just at the end of the first got into the chorus that all the superstars were there, they all got up for a standing ovation. That was where we got our
record deal. That was the first time I realized it can snap you up over 1,000 pictures. Like everybody flashlight
5 minutes.
Everybody like, please interview. I came first. I came to you. I'm like the question you said,
how did you get? How did you feel? You know, like
wow, the happiest day of my life.
You know,
can't forget.
There were plenty of moments, you know, like that. I remember I was just a fresher in the University of Lagos, and then it was when we went on break that we dropped the song. You know, so I was just a one guy, you know. So I just came back for the second semester, and the video was out, and I was just walking around my faculty, just okay, I don't do one video, it's out there, I didn't know what's happening. The next thing was Mayanga! And the whole faculty went, what? You know, the shock, the reception, the way you see everybody in your faculty running after you, say, wow, I saw your video. It was just, it's mind-blowing anyway.
So what happened with you guys? What happened to changing your name to Disrespectful 2Gs? What's that?
We never had that name.
So what happened?
It was just
publicity stunts.
Publicity stunts. That want to do stunts. You did it already. What is it?
It sounds like what somebody I know called DJ Rough Lemon. It sounds like what he would do.
It's a mischievous.
He's a mischievous guy.
He's a mischievous guy. It's this like that he does.
I suspect him.
It's this like that he does.
So tell us about some of the features you have had. How was it? Did they reach out to you, or you went for them? Like the Lukesh remix of Ayangba. I was feeling like you would have gone for a more, you know, feature. Then also the song with Sound Sultan. How did it come about? Your features, basically.
We've been
because it didn't sound like you guys needed features.
We've been quite yes.
Well, Ayangba, sorry, you come up. Ayangba has this problem, attribute of killing anything that comes around it. The name our name is Black Reverends. If you ask anybody, most people like Ayangba boys.
That's what did I say?
Anything that come around, we did a song with Alariwo, Check Yourself, criticizing the leaders of Ayangba. The name kills it. We did one thing, bro, Sounds of Time, classic video, the name Ayangba brings it down.
Shouldn't they be taking it up?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it
should has one kind of strong vibes.
And that's something you guys should work on. You should find a way for it to work down for you.
We've worked on it.
You know, the name Ayangba in that song, so huge, so strong. We did a collab with Two-Face.
Yes, we did Two-Face.
Yeah, we did a collab with Two-Face. And while we're in the studio, they tried to cook up a beat.
We did a
song. Two-Face said, do you know, there's no song we will sing now. We will physically put Ayangba against her. Then everything Ayangba against from when to when this one will drop. And Two-Face still went.
We write this song.
This is serious.
Starts with
this is serious. Ayangba against her before he now went to the chorus. Before he now got to the chorus. It's so powerful, it's so strong, and it's been there all the years. And no matter what you do, no matter where we go, people will still call you Ayangba Boys. Say no, now at this point, I think Black Rebel should be in the lips of people right now. But no, it's the Ayangba Boys.
I am so pained that we have to come to an end of this edition of the show.
Just
promise me. Just promise me you will come back when we call on you for another part.
No, surely.
Awesome.
We're friend of the house now.
Thank you so much for coming to
we'll
SOUQ. Thank you.
SOUQ 2. SOUQ with the B. 2.
Shop.
Yes, shop.
Where did shop come from, please?
From my surname.
Schreiber
is my surname.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shop 2.
So do we sign
and
out?
Wesley.
Are we sign out?
No, we're going to sign out now. But we will come back. That's why I said to you, we're going to come back.
Okay.
Yes. So this is a break, I wouldn't say end to Inside Life for this week. We had a beautiful session with the legends, the icons that paved the way. We're talking 90s, we're talking early 2000s, way before what you're hearing now became what we're hearing now. They are part of the people that crafted this. Find the song Ayangba and understand what we're talking about. My name is Hanson Ba. It's still SOUQ News Television. The show is Inside Life. We will do a part 2 on this one. Stay with us.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Okbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bois Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Boa Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods plc and Boa Cement plc companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and Rivers States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is SOUQ Exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the
Good
show.
morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right. Now, for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Orlando Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us. How has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area, and I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that something that came from the family, going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child, he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people. And we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story, when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun Story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokiapega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, She worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from
Yeah.
media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it
Yes.
feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looked after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can
What?
imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager
Yes.
to know how it must have been working with him. Watching him, on TV, I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990, well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said, from opportunities, I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards
Yeah.
and what it was like in that aspect of your
Yes.
career, when George Michael passed,
Oh,
how was it? How did you take the news?
on that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. We've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George, what a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. And when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. It was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy. Very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and he'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, oh, But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had. And unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone. It
Yes,
just
you
feels
feel
like
he's alive
still
again.
alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted.
Yes.
Talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she, took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? And I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Epega, Harriman, Epega and Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because especially even now, in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What is it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child. I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yes.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son.
It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now that looks like a career that is not quite common, and working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name, in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So, for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, you know, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine, or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had a taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food,
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England might have something to do with it, but his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, I want to come and see Nigeria for myself. You know, I hear these things at the foods, people like, oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food? It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. You know, for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, you know, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, you know, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever. Or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have. Those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching SOUQ
Thank you.
News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap-up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, you know, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm, you know, hoping to, you know, get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
You know, so it's very exciting time and get Nigeria involved as well, you know, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got SOUQ News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
it
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for
Definitely.
people of color
Yes.
and make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So.
And God bless the soul too of George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on SOUQ Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GD would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me. It's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.